Toronto Center, Canadian Express 222.
Canadian Express 222, Toronto, good evening.
I can have 712 with you at 11,000.
And Canadian Express 222, Toronto, how do you read?
Canadian Express 222, read you 5x5, and we'll look for IFR turns to LaGuardia.
Canadian Express 222, Roger, stand by 1, and Air Canada at 11,000, what was the flight number?
Air Canada 712.
Air Canada 712, Toronto, good evening, squawk code 0526.
0526, Air Canada 712.
Good evening, Toronto Center. It's Jazz 504 with the information. Zulu requesting IFR clearance to Boston.
Jazz 504, Toronto, good evening. Your clearance is on request. Just give me a couple minutes here. I'll get right back to you.
Roger.
Air Canada 712, Toronto, you're identified at 10,700. The information in Toronto is now Zulu, the altimeter 2980. Winds are 070 at 4. Runway 05 active for arrivals, but if you set up for the 24s, I can accommodate that as well.
Air Canada 712, yeah, I'm set up for a 24 right currently.
All right, Air Canada 712, plan runway 24 right, descend 4,000.
Plan 24 right, descend 4,000, Air Canada 712.
All right, Canadian Express 222, you are cleared to LaGuardia via the Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, and flight plan route. The departure runway today is 06 left, and your squawk 0567.
Clear to Boston via the Capt 2 departure, boom pod transition, MS file, climb on the SID, and squawk 0567, Jazz 504.
All right, that was blocked. That clearance was for Canadian Express 222. Canadian Express 222, cleared to LaGuardia, Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, and flight plan route 06 left, 0567.
Canadian Express 222, cleared to LaGuardia, Capt 2 departure, bump a transition as filed. Departure runway 06 left, squawk 0567.
All right, Canadian Express 222, your readback was all correct information. Zulu's current push and start at your discretion, and call me when you're ready for taxi.
Canadian Express 222, woke up.
Got this guy under here. All right, and then Jazz 704, yes, you're going to LaGuardia as well, so I understand how that happened. You are also cleared to LaGuardia via the, sorry, Jazz 504, you're going to LaGuardia or Boston?
I'm going to Boston 504.
I'm sorry, I was looking at a whole bunch of LaGuardias here. Jazz 504, you're cleared to Boston. Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, flight plan route. Off of runway 06 left, your code 0575.
Clear to Boston, Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, flight plan route off of 06 left and squawk 0575, Jazz 504.
Jazz 504, your readback is correct. Information is Zulu, push and start at your discretion. Call when you're ready for taxi.
I have information Zulu and I'm ready for taxi, Jazz 504.
And Air Canada 712, I see you in the turn already. Fly heading 330, vectors to the ILS 24 right.
330 vectors for the ILS, Air Canada 712.
At Jazz 504, let's see here. Is that you pushed off of, looks like gate 106 maybe?
That's affirmative, Jazz 504.
Jazz 504, runway 06 left, information Zulu, actually information just switched to Alpha, 2978 on the altimeter. Taxi out lane 5, Alpha Kilo, Bravo, and Delta, cross runway 33 right.
Got information Alpha, lane 5, Alpha Kilo, Bravo, and Delta, cross 33 right for 06 left, Jazz 504.
Air Canada 712, turn left heading 270 for the intercept. Clear the ILS, actually maintain 4000, just intercept the localizer only now.
Intercept the localizer only, Air Canada 712.
Air Canada 712, traffic just crossing under the localizer and not talking to him yet. He's down at 3000, so I'll have the approach clearance once you get by him there.
Roger, do you want me to report traffic in sight or no, Air Canada 712?
Air Canada 712, if you see him, let me know and we can, no, I can't, it's too low to do a visual, unfortunately.
Roger.
And Air Canada 712, you've gone through the loc now, so if you don't have it locked in, back to the left to 210 to re-intercept, just intercept the loc only for now.
Roger, only low, Air Canada 712.
Toronto Center, good evening. Canadian Express 001, taxiing on hotel for runway 05, ready to pick up IFR clearance to LaGuardia.
Canadian Express 001, that's you there. I see you now. You're cleared to LaGuardia via the Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, and flight plan route. Departure runway 05 and squawk code 0565.
Roger, we're cleared to LaGuardia via the Capt 2 departure flight plan route. Depart runway 05, squawk 0565, Canadian Express 001.
Canadian Express 001, that readback is all correct. Information is Alpha, the altimeter 2978, continue taxi hotel, and hold short runway 05.
Roger, we'll continue on hotel, hold short 05, Canadian Express 001.
All right, and we got one guy here.
Center Canadian Express 007 with you at Terminal 1 looking for clearance to LaGuardia. We have Alpha.
And Air Canada 712, looks like the traffic might be established on the local for 05. So you're cleared ILS 06, correction. He's on the local for 23. You're cleared the ILS 24 right.
Clear to the IS, runway 24 right, Air Canada 712, and I got the traffic in sight.
Air Canada 712, perfect, thank you. Canadian Express 007, good evening. You're cleared to LaGuardia via the Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, flight plan route. Depart runway 06 left and squawk code. Oh, stand by, it won't work for me. All right, and Canadian Express 007, your squawk 0513.
Clear to LaGuardia as filed, Capt 2, bump up transition, flight plan route off 6 left and 0513, Canadian Express 7.
Canadian Express 007, that readback is all correct. Information office current, pushback startup at your discretion. Call me when you're ready for taxi.
We are ready for taxi, Canadian Express 7.
And Canadian Express 007, all right, just trying to figure out, I got a couple here. Is that you at the, just behind gate 101? And Canadian Express 007, is that you just behind gate 101 on the backside of Terminal 1?
Yeah, that's affirmative, that's Canadian Express 7.
Canadian Express 007, thanks. The information is Alpha, the altimeter 2978 for runway 06 left. Taxi out lane 5, Alpha Kilo, Bravo Delta, cross one way, tree right.
Lane 5, Alpha Kilo, Bravo Delta for 6 left, Canadian Express 7.
Canada 647, ILS runway 23.
Air Canada 647, Toronto, good day. Runway 23. The winds in Toronto are now 130 the altimeter 2978. You're clear to land runway 23 and plan to exit at hotel 2 or 4.
Hotel 2 or 4, altimeter 974, runway clear to land, Canada 647.
Air Canada 712, the winds are 140 at 5. You're clear to land runway 24 right.
Clear to land, runway 24 right, Air Canada 712.
Canadian Express 001, it'll be a short delay for opposite direction landing traffic.
A05, ready to go. I understand we got aircraft landing on 23.
Canadian Express 001, Nate firm, hold short 05, landing traffic 23. I'll have you away as soon as he's down.
Canadian Express 001.
Whew, lots of stuff kind of going on all at once here.
Center Canadian Express 667 with the weather IFR to LaGuardia.
Canadian Express 667, good evening. You're cleared to LaGuardia via the Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, flight plan route. Departure runway is 06 left, squawk code 0532.
Clear to LaGuardia, Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, flight plan route. I will expect 6 left, squawk 0532 for Canadian Express 667.
Canadian Express 667, thank you. Readback is all correct. Information is Alpha. Pushback startup at your discretion. Call when you're ready for taxi.
Roger, we'll call taxi, Canadian Express 667.
All right. Whew, lots of stuff kind of going on there, and my views are all out of my preferred order here, so I'm going to do this. Nope, that's not the one I'm looking for. Is it this one? That's what I'm looking for, those two. Okay, there we go. And I need to talk to this guy. Whoever you are, call me. Whoever you are, call me. Call me. And so welcome to the stream, everybody. It was a little bit of work just to get that going, but welcome to the stream. We are going to have our New Year's Eve stream here. because I've got nothing better to do on a New Year's Eve, and I might as well rig it in doing something that I do enjoy. It's not my ideal way to spend a New Year's Eve.
Center, hello, Air China 2022, flight level 320.
Air China 2022 Toronto Center, good evening, squawk ident.
Air China 2022 with a flash.
Toronto Center, Canadian Express 222, just pushed off the stand 124, ready for taxi.
Canadian Express 001, line up runway 05.
Line up 05, Canadian Express 001.
Air Canada 647, left turn on hotel, cross runway 33 right and 33 left, and let me know what gate you're going to.
Roger, left turn on hotel, cross 33 right and left and right, and we'll take gate 161.
Air Canada 647, copy, break, Canadian Express 222. Do you see the company CRJ right in front of you there, your 12 o'clock?
Express 222 in sight.
Canadian Express 222, you'll follow behind the traffic, runway 06 left. Information is Alpha, the altimeter 2978, taxi lane 5, Bravo, Delta, cross runway 33 right.
Canadian Express 222, taxi at runway 06 left via lane 5, Bravo and Delta, cross 33 right, and we'll follow company traffic.
Air Canada 712, make the right turn on Charlie, let me know your gate.
On Charlie and anywhere in Terminal 1 works, Air Canada 712.
Canadian Express 001, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 140 at 5, clear for takeoff, runway 05.
Call you airborne, clear for takeoff, runway 05, Canadian Express 001.
Let's see here, Air Canada 712. You came from Cleveland, so let's go with Charlie and then Delta 3, Delta Quebec 4. We'll give you gate 160.
Charlie, Delta 3, Delta Quebec, Air Canada 712.
And Air Canada 647, you're going to 161, so taxi after you cross 33 right, Bravo, and short of Alpha Kilo for now.
I'm sorry, after 33 right, was that Bravo and then Alpha Lima, or was it Alpha Kilo?
Bravo and hold short of Alpha Kilo, Air Canada 647.
Okay, yeah, roger that. So after 33 right, we'll go Bravo and hold short Alpha Kilo, Air Canada 647.
Air China 2022 Heavy, you're identified flight level 320, thank you. And Jazz 504, line up only, runway 06 left.
Line up only, 06 left, Jazz 504.
Center, Canadian Express 001, airborne, crossing 2.4.
Air Canada Canadian Express 001, departure, thank you, you're identified. Climb 7,000, turn right direct, right, come on course.
$7,000, direct right, come Canadian Express 001.
Jazz 504, it'll be just a momentary delay for company traffic departing the north side going the same direction.
Copy that, Jazz 504.
Air Canada 647, your traffic's past Alpha Kilo now, so you can continue Bravo and Delta, Bravo Alpha Lima for 161.
Okay, yeah, roger that. The traffic, and we'll go Bravo Alpha Lima, Air Canada 647.
Canadian Express 001, climb flight level 230.
230, Canadian Express 001.
Jazz 504, Toronto, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 130 at 5, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
Contact when airborne, clear for takeoff 06 left, Jazz 504.
Jeff, happy New Year. Thanks for watching the stream. Nice to see you there. Sorry it took me a moment to answer you there. I logged on at just the right moment here. Quite the busy little spurt of traffic here. Looks like Canadian Express is having a little New Year's Eve fly-in there, heading from Toronto down to New York. It's nice to see that, and I'm disappointed that I do not get to participate, but one of these days I will. One of these days I will get to participate again. But just good timing. Hopefully we got a few inbounds. I haven't really looked carefully at what traffic is online here, and well, we got one inbound. We got lots of outbounds now, so the scopes are open for the next 3 hours. I'm going to ring in the new year with you guys. So please, if anybody is need somewhere to fly in the VATSIM network, you're going to have ATC in Toronto for at least the next 3 hours. If it's quiet, I may log off shortly after the new year chimes in. But if it's not too quiet, if you guys bring in the business, I will stay until at least an hour past midnight. So please, guys, come on down and fly. I've got myself all set up here and ready for a fun evening of ATC. So please give me some traffic here. Make this worth my while. Be here. And I'm not sure how to say that name, Trifix or Trifix.
Jazz 504, airborne 1,800.
Jazz 504, Toronto identified, climb 7,000.
Climb 7,000, Jazz 504.
I'm not sure how to say your, how to pronounce your username there. Trifix. Sometimes it makes sense to you, but. Canadian Express 667, runway 06 left, information is now Bravo in the altimeter 2978, taxi out Alpha Tango, Bravo at Delta, cross runway 33 right.
Roger, taxi Alpha Tango Bravo Delta cross the 3 right for 6 left for Canadian Express 667.
And Canadian Express 007, contact me once you're airborne. The winds 130 at 5, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
Copy the winds, calling the air, clear to go 6 left, Canadian Express 7.
Jazz 504, after 3,600, turn right, direct Rycom on course and climb flight level 230.
After passing 3,600, turn right, direct Rycom and up to flight level 230, Jazz 504.
Roger. Trifix. Okay, Trifix. I'm sorry. Oftentimes you have that with usernames in YouTube. It's like, how is that meant to be said? And it makes sense to you when you type it in there, but for someone looking at it, it's you can never be really 100% sure sometimes. But welcome to the channel. Welcome to the New Year's Eve stream. Hopefully it gets a little bit more busy here as the night wears on. I'm sure there's quite a few VATSIMers out there that are looking for something to do, looking for a good way to ring in the new year, and Toronto is definitely always a great place to do it. We have fantastic airspace set up, fantastic busy airport. The only thing I'll say, and I've said this many times and I'm disappointed by it, is that there's no really good scenery for the Microsoft Flight Simulator yet.
Toronto, good evening. Hillwood, 4345. I'd like to pick up an IFR clearance over to Detroit. We have information Bravo over at Signature.
Hillwood 4345. Oh yes, there's your flight plan. I didn't see it there at first. You are cleared to Detroit via the Angle 4 departure and Goose transition flight plan route. And let's see, departure runway today is 06 left. I could offer you 05 if you'd prefer. Which would you prefer?
We'll take 5 if that will work for you. Great.
Yeah, 05 works for me just fine. So Hillwood 4345, clear Detroit, Ankle 4, Goose transition, flight plan route off of 05, squawk code 0577.
Okay, clear to Detroit, Ankle 4, Goose transition, departure runway 05, squawk 0577 for Hillwood 4345.
Hillwood 4345, the readback's all correct. Start up at your discretion and call when you're ready for taxi.
Will do, thank you.
Toronto Center, Canadian Express Airborne off 6 left through 38.
Canadian Express 007, identified, climb flight level 230, turn right direct, Rycom on course.
230, right turn direct, right on course, Canadian Express 7.
And Canadian Express 222, contact me airborne, winds 1305, clear for takeoff, 06 left.
Canadian Express 222, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left, will fly over.
Let's see how close these guys are. They got the minimum spacing in there. Canadian Express 001, continue climb, flight level 350.
350, Canadian Express 001.
Jazz 504, speed 290 or faster in the climb, please.
I'm going up to 290 now, Jazz 504.
Thank you. Canadian Express 007, I'm going to ask for 290 or less above 10.
290 or less above 10, Canadian Express 7.
Just keep that spacing going there. Yeah, I would hop on, but I was just trying to really to figure out P3D. P3D is it's not a it's not a hard thing to figure out, but it can be challenging, and there's a lot of depth to it. There's a lot of settings in there. So, you know what I haven't done yet, and I just realized this, is I have not yet activated the webcam. So there it is. Hey everybody, Happy New Year. Welcome to the stream. You know, and it's funny because like I used to use P3D so much, and then after MSFS came out, I really have way dialed back my P3D. Of course, I've dialed back all my simming now for the last 3 months, but yeah, basically for the last year, I dialed back P3D to almost nothing. It wasn't quite nothing because like I've been flying. There's a few airplanes you can't get in Microsoft Flight Simulator that are any good quality. Well, a lot of airplanes you can't get a good quality, but so like I've been flying like the 37 once in a while in P3D. And even the 777 and the 747, just something different to fly when I really want to fly some of those classic airliners with a really good setup that I kind of miss having in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Canadian Express 001 Toronto, you're leaving my airspace to the east. Cleveland's not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have yourself a good night, Mark.
Roger, over to 122 decimal 8 for Canadian Express 1. Thanks for the service and have a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Center Canadian Express 222 through 1,900 for 5,000.
Canadian Express 222 identified climb 7,000.
Canadian Express 222, 7,000.
Yeah, P3D could be a bit of a tough animal, but if you want to come and try it out, even just to do some circuits or something, nothing too crazy, feel free. Although it's not great weather for doing circuits right now because I think it's overcast at 400 feet. So maybe don't come and do circuits in Toronto. I wonder if anywhere is really that good because there's really not that many. Sioux is 1.5, broken at 700. There's not really anywhere on like the eastern half of like the U.S. and the Ontario, Quebec region that isn't like IMC right now. It's been a very foggy, dreary day out there from the real world, anyways. Canadian Express 222, turn right direct, Rycom on course, climb flight level 230.
Canadian Express 222, direct Rycom on course and climb it.
All right, so we got another one here, and then this is Canadian Express 667 who's on the taxi out here. So hopefully we'll get some more traffic to come in here. What just happened here? Uh-oh. My computer is freezing. Nope, there it is. All right. Taxi. Yeah, so he's taxiing. These guys are all, unfortunately, very short, quick, and easy out of my airspace here. I'm hoping that we're going to get a little bit more traffic coming in here sooner or later. We got one Air Canada flight airborne that's on their way here. We got one more outbound after this Canadian Express 667 departs. So, yeah, we'll hope for some better traffic. I wish I could help you figure out P3D. It's such a hard piece of software to kind of manage. Trying to remotely diagnose it just from describing things just would never really be feasible, unfortunately. But I would love to help you out because I'd love to help people get started and get going in this in the flight sim world. I think it's tons of fun. One thing I've been meaning to read about, and I haven't read about it because probably some of you guys have read up on it. I guess Navigraph came out with their survey results for their annual community survey just the last couple days. That was weird. My computer seems to be having video issues of some kind here. And now, I'm not sure what's going on here, but it looks like my screen is twice the size it should be, but I don't think it is. No, it's just something weird glitched there for a second, which is the second time it's glitched, so something's obviously going a little wacky with the computer here. And the lesson is always reboot your computer before you start streaming, because that seems to be a constant problem for me. Jazz 504, about to leave my airspace to the east. Cleveland's not online. Further climb is at your discretion. Switch to the en route frequency. Your speed restrictions also canceled. You've got sufficient space from the company behind now.
Roger, switching to Unicom. Have a Happy New Year, Jazz 504.
Happy New Year. And Canadian Express 007, spacing's looking good on the traffic ahead. Speed restrictions canceled.
Yes, speed restrictions canceled, Canadian Express 7.
All right. And Andre, Happy New Year to you as well. nice to see so many people kind of coming in and at least watching the stream. I wish I had a little bit more traffic. I was kind of hoping, that I put this out there a little bit early. I put this out there almost a week ago on my Discord, anyways, that I was going to try to stream tonight because I knew I was going to be on the road, as is so often the case, which is a little disappointing sometimes as a way to start the new year. But frankly, out of all the holidays to care about, New Year's is fast as you get older. It fast becomes one of the ones you care about the least. Oftentimes, because it's not one you get to spend with like a lot of your close family. Although you do when you're younger, you do tend to spend a lot of time with your friends on New Year's, but not often the case anymore. Canadian Express 007, continue climb flight level 350.
350, Canadian Express 7.
United 725, Toronto, are you here? Let's see if we can get him to call us here. But then I thought about it, and as much as it's disappointing to not be celebrating New Year's as a holiday with people
Toronto,
you enjoy
Hillwood,
spending time with.
4345 is ready to taxi with Bravo.
And I can't forget, is it Hillwood? Yeah, it is Hillwood. Hillwood, 4345, Toronto. Information's already. Charlie, the altimeter 2977 for runway 05. Taxi out Kilo, Juliet, and across runway 15 right.
All right, taxi to 05, Kilo, Juliet. You cut out. Just confirm cross runway 15 right, and we'll pick up Charlie.
Hillwood 4345, affirmative, cross runway 15 right.
After cross 15 right, we'll get Charlie in a moment.
Canadian Express 667, Toronto, contact me. Airborne, the wind's 120 at Fife, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
Roger, we'll contact you airborne, clear for takeoff 06 left, Canadian Express 667.
Air China 2022, unfortunately you've left my airspace to the northwest. Winnipeg is not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have yourself a good night and Happy New Year.
Unicom, Happy New Year, Air China 2022.
Canadian Express 007, same for you. You've left my airspace to the southeast. Here, surveillance service terminates. Switch to Unicom. Happy New Year and have a good night.
Canadian Express 7 copies. We're going to Unicom. You have a good New Year too, Rob. Thanks for being here to get us out. See you next time.
See ya. All right. Yeah. So I thought if I can at least spend time with family and those people that I care about, I thought I'd spend at least a little bit of time with some other people that I've been neglecting in my life, which is of course the VATSIM community that I do enjoy spending time with, and I do enjoy providing service to. I think it's a fantastic community that absolutely deserves great service. So I'm always happy to do it. And I wish I had the time to do it more often, but I thought what better way to ring in the new year than with a little New Year's Eve stream. Ironically enough, my brother is also streaming right now on Twitch, as I understand it, although I have not yet checked in on his channel, but maybe I should, just to see what's going on over there.
4345 has Charlie.
Hillwood 4345, thanks. What I should bring up as well is the live RVR in Toronto, because I feel like the visibility and the ceiling are falling in Toronto, and it's not going to be long before we end up being IMC and having to call out these numbers as we go here. So everything's indicating 6,000 plus right now, but Canadian Express 667, Toronto, thanks, identified, climb flight level 230.
Climb flight level 230, Canadian Express 667.
Just waiting for him to pass the noise abatement. And then, yeah, it's 725 text only. Canadian Express 667, turn right, direct Rycom on course.
Right direct, Rycom on course, Canadian Express 667.
All right, so United 725, hello, with you, flight level 360, text only at the moment. So I said, good evening, squawk and head, please. And let's see here. There's his ident. Canadian Express 222 Toronto. You're leaving my airspace to the southeast. Cleveland's not online. Surveillance service terminates. Switch to the en route frequency. And further climb at your discretion. Happy New Year.
Express 222, Sydney to Tom. Happy New Year to you.
Have I found the right place? I think I might have found the right place. Again, my computer might overload if I try to do too many things at the same time. I think it needs to run an update, so it just keeps slowing me down and hoping I'll run the update at some point. I'm not sure if it'll kick in the music or not. Happy New Year, Patrick James. Yes, let's all hope it's better than last year. I have to say, like, looking back on 2021, the year as a whole was okay. It was not great in the whole scheme of like every year that's ever been, but it was not bad. When you compare it to 2020, we definitely, for the most part, we were on an upswing through most of the year until the last, I don't know, the last week or so. Seem to be having a hard time. It might not be receiving enough data here. My streaming might be...
Toronto, Hillwood 4345 is ready for departure 05.
Hillwood 4345, Toronto, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 120 at Fife. Clear for takeoff, runway 05.
Clear for takeoff, runway 05. We'll call you airborne, Hillwood 4345.
It's the second time my video card has done that, and it's just sort of blotted out on me there. And you guys are probably going to see that in a second again, which is just very frustrating if it's going to keep on doing that. I don't know why it's doing that. It hasn't done that before, unfortunately. What I am going to do is I'm just going to see if I can bring up my brother's live stream on my mobile device, since my computer does not seem to want to play it, but it might be because I'm not on a particularly strong internet connection, so the fact that I'm trying to stream outwards and then try and stream something down as well might be, what am I trying to say here? Might be, you know, using up too much bandwidth. Either the internet might be prevented, or just the fact that I'm on Wi-Fi and I'm not on a solid wired connection might be triggering something here. So anyways, I'm trying to just get logged in here because I'm not even logged into the Twitch app. That's how long it's been since I logged in last. Oh, I went to mute it and I put it in airplane mode. Oh, I'm just gonna have one of those nights, huh?
Toronto, Hillwood 4345 is passing 1000 for 5000. Runway heading.
Hillwood 4345, Toronto, thanks. Identified, climb 7000.
Up to 7000, Hillwood 4345.
It probably will go a lot better if I'm on the internet when I try to log into things. I really should make you guys watch while I'm trying to log in. I don't even remember honestly, what the password is for the Twitch account. I never had to log into it for the longest time. I was always up on my computer. It was always up on my device because I was always streaming. So I can't even find out what the password was, which is hilarious. That's how long it's been since I've been in any way active on Twitch, which is just sad. And it's going to change very soon. It's going to change very soon now. Hillwood 4345, turn right, direct mobile on course, climb 15,000.
All right, direct mobile on course up to 15,000, Hillwood 4345.
Yes, it's been way too long. It's been way too long since I did much streaming, and especially did any ATC streaming. So that's going to change soon. or not ATC stream, but any flight streaming. I haven't done any flight streaming in it's been at least 3 months. Anyways, it was kind of the middle to end of September. I think was the last time I did a stream. I don't remember exactly when it was, but middle to end of September. And yeah, let me get this guy higher. Canadian Express 667, continue climb, flight level 370.
Climb on level 370, Canadian Express 667.
Twitch is the worst, more secure than my bank. Had to reset mine yesterday. See, and that's an interesting that you say that, because I agree 100%. There are things that need to be like ridiculously secure. Twitch, I kind of get it because people make money off of Twitch, and certainly having your, like, if you are someone who makes money as a streamer, like a serious amount of money, like makes a living as a streamer, your account is very valuable to you then. So I would say that some people should have very secure, Twitch accounts, and the ability to secure them very well using two-factor authentication through the Twitch app, whatever they want to do. But some websites go way overboard with their password security requirements for what the website is. One example that a buddy of mine had, he had a website that just had manga comic books on it. That's all it was just a collection of manga comic books, and that he enjoyed visiting, he enjoyed reading it. But the complexity of the password that was required for this website to log in to read comic books was one of the most complicated passwords he had to devise of all the passwords he had. More complicated than his bank, than any of his social media accounts, anything like that, was this one little website. So it, it's there's two things that bug me about that. One is the overly complicated passwords for websites that don't need it. If it's something simple, if it's just like reading the newspaper, like having a website account on a newspaper website. Okay, yes, maybe it's a subscription service I pay for, but this is not something where if it's compromised, I'm going to lose, I'm not going to have my bank account drained, by malicious actors. So, we need to have like levels of like password reasonableness, and very often some of these websites do go way beyond, and a lot of the workplaces do. And the trouble with that is that then you end up actually making passwords that are less secure. Canadian Express 667, you're now leaving my airspace to the southeast. Cleveland's not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates, and have a happy new year.
Switching, thank you very much for the ATC services. Happy New Year, Canadian Express 667.
Hi, Hillwood 4345, climb flight level 220.
Climb up to 220, Hillwood 4345.
The trouble with having overly complicated password generation systems is that very often, or ones that require you to change so often, is that people will then often start to choose simpler and simpler passwords again, because they're trying to make them one that they can at least remember in some way, shape, or form. So all these complicated rules that make it so impossible to craft a password that meets all these requirements ends up making the systems less secure, because people oftentimes will just end up writing down the password because it's so complicated to try and remember it. I'm not a big fan of the idea of the password. Of password collecting software like that. I'm trying to think what it's called. But any of the software that stores your passwords, because I know that then that's stored somewhere on the system. There's some inherent security risk to having it stored somewhere on your system. So, to me as a home user, the most secure thing I can probably do with a password, honestly, is write it down on a piece of paper in my house. The odds of someone breaking into my house to look at that password are probably a lot less than someone possibly taking some effort to break into my computer to try and find passwords, to try and hack passwords. So I've never been a big believer in, I was for a while, but I've sort of gotten very away from the automated password software, because I don't, again, it's storing stuff, half the time it's storing stuff out in the cloud. So you're putting your faith in your password's faith on that company's security systems, and no company's security systems are perfect. So it seems perhaps a little redundant sometimes to try and create these crazy complicated passwords, but then go store them on some other website with some other crazy password. It just, the whole thing is just getting way overly complicated at this point. And again, it just my workplace has so many passwords, so many different passwords, and each website's got a different set of rules, so that what actually works as a password on one website sometimes will not work as a password on another. So you're trying to have like a kind of a similar password for all of your work websites, so that you can kind of just remember one for the year or whatever until the password resets all come out. But even then, like, the rules are so complicated and they're different from this website. That's like can only have lowercase. This one must have a mixture of uppercase and lowercase. So you lose your mind trying to remember these passwords sometimes. One key to rule them all, yeah, and then one key to compromise them all. That's my only problem with password locker software is it's a single point of failure. Then if one person if a hacker manages to compromise that, then all of your passwords are gone just like that. So yeah, my last company, I literally had a sheet of paper on my desk, a post-it note on my desk that had my passwords on it because it was just getting so onerous changing the password. They had a 90-day password change policy for for your main company, for your email and everything. 90 days every 3 months, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it creeps up on you really quickly. It really does. It doesn't take very long. All of a sudden, oh, great, I got to change my password again. What can I change it to now this time? What was it last time? Oh, it was that. So I can't use that or this or that again. And it just, password security has just become very frustrating. And yet you take something like my bank, which has some of the loosest password rules that I could think of, which I find ridiculous. Like Facebook required a more complicated password than my bank for years. And I think there's also sometimes a disconnect there. It's like, shouldn't the banking password be a little stronger, the one that actually has full control of your money, than say a social media account? Anyways, I'm ranting because I have no traffic. If you don't want to hear me rant anymore, fly an airplane. Because I got nothing. I got one inbound. This guy's coming inbound here from the south here. I can't seem to get my VATSIM up anymore. It was here, and now it doesn't seem to want to work. So just give me 1 second. I might just close it down and see if I can, because it seems to have stalled itself. Yeah, not responding. I don't think it liked my little screen resets there as well, so let's see if I can reopen my VATSIM and see what else is coming in here. But for those of you that are waiting for the Twitch streaming, it's coming back very soon. Please do. I'm kind of a little bit lonely right now. Ooh, oh, we got another airplane on the ground in Toronto. Wait a second. There it is. There's a WestJet parked at Terminal 3 there. So we're getting some planes. We do have one inbound from the south, but I only have one arrival. I got a whole bunch of outbounds that left, one arrival. But I'm hoping if I stay here a little longer, maybe we'll lure in a few more people. But yes, Twitch streaming is coming back very soon. For most of you that are regular watchers of my channel, you know that the reason why I haven't Twitch streamed is because I underwent a major renovation of the basement home office room that was previously my sim pit. And I am happy to say that it is almost done. So close to being done, I can almost taste it. And if it wasn't for the holidays, I probably would have got it done. But of course, flew your first flight from Buffalo to Oshawa last evening. Oh, very good. Congratulations. Was that your first flight on the network, I take it? But yeah, it was, if it was for the holidays, I probably would have had a couple more days off. I had a couple days off, but of course I had lots of holiday obligations. Not that I mind, because I really missed my family too. I haven't seen my family very much for the last 2 years, so it was kind of really nice. Last Christmas was a total bust, so it was kind of nice to see most of my family this Christmas. In small little batches and small little gatherings, but it was nice to see that. But yeah, if I hadn't had that for several days, I probably would have been done or very close to it, because at this point it's so close. And I don't know how well this is going to work on the live stream here, but if I just do this really quickly here, because I will take you guys eventually on a tour. Let's see if I angle it like that, but that's what it looks like now. It has walls that are fully painted, which is nice because there wasn't even drywall when I started this project. So it's drywalled. So it's drywalled now. Sorry if it's not the best quality, but anyways, it's drywalled. It has paint on it. It's got a ceiling with lights. The only thing that's missing at this point now, finally, is the floor. So the next couple of days off that I have will be dedicated to finishing the floor. So we're putting down a laminate vinyl, so it's not going to take very long. I expect it'll take me probably about a day to do the floor. And then, of course, another day or so to put up baseboards, and then I can start putting together furniture and building my new desk, rebuilding my sim pit, and I'm hoping by the middle of this month, if all goes according to plan. That's my hope, anyways. It's my hope and my dream is that I'll be back to simming and we'll get some of it. We'll get this. And the one nice thing, I mean, it's not so nice for you guys, but it's nice for me, is that PMDG did not yet release their 737, so I haven't missed it yet, although it does look like they're getting close. But I have to say, like, at the same time, like, looking and watching their progress, it seems like they are having the same struggles with Microsoft Flight Simulator that every developer is having, and the same struggles that I've talked about as a user. And that is that every time there's an update to the sim, it breaks something. And the updates are non-optional, so it's broken completely. And I think I talked about this in my last stream, but Randazzo ranted about this because it's really impacting the development. There was a point where their development on the 737 stopped for I think it was 1 or 2 weeks, just full stop, because the sim update broke the development environment to the point where they just could not use it. And they could not do anything. They could not develop anything. They could not test anything. And they literally had to just sit on their hands for I think it was 2 weeks before Asobo released a hotfix and actually got the development environment back up and running. And this is one of the problems with Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's great that we have this sort of like, we want everyone on the same version of the software. I understand that as a even as a user, let alone as a developer, I can understand that. I 100% understand.
Toronto Hillwood 4345. You got time for a question?
Hillwood 4345. Nothing but crickets out there tonight. What's your question?
I noticed in our SID for runway 05, under the remarks, it's basically runway heading to 1000 and then climbing left, turn to 047. Is that correct, or is it just always runway heading? Always under the assumption anything out of Toronto is runway heading until advised by ATC.
Hillwood 4345, that's a great question. The real answer is yes, you're supposed to fly the headings that are on there. The reason is that if we have simultaneous departures off the north and the south runways, we want aircraft on headings that diverge. So the same thing on runway 23, there's a right turn immediately after departure, which gets you a 10-degree divergence from the other runway. The controllers in VATSIM always say fly runway heading because most of the time we'll get people that turn to the first RNAV fix right after departure. They don't bother to read what it actually says. So yeah, the correct procedure was to turn to 047, but wouldn't, even if you fly runway heading, that's better than the turn to the first fix that we often see.
Okay, got it. Thanks for the explanation. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Always happy to help out.
Roger.
All right, this is the Air Canada flight that's inbound, so I'm going to get him to contact me. Any sign of that WestJet plane moving yet? Nope, he's not doing anything yet. Can you explain the lines and areas on my current view? Yeah, I can. Mostly it's
Toronto
airspace
Center,
sectors.
Air Canada 2734, 16,000.
Air Canada 2734 Toronto, good evening. Squawk ident.
Squawk ident, Air Canada 2734.
Give me 1 second and I'll explain the lines on the screen here. Just want to see him and get him all established here. Should be here. Come in. Squawk. Ident. All right. I'll see. I could cheat because I'm pretty sure I know who this is thanks to VATSPy, but Air Canada 2734. The flash is not working for me here, so squawk new code of 0534.
0534, Air Canada 2734. We'll try that ident again.
Oh, there it is. Air Canada 2734, perfect. I got you there now. Identified at 16,000. The Toronto altimeter 2976. Information is Delta, runway 05 for arrival.
05 arrival, Air Canada 2734. I think our ident button airplane didn't work. Sorry about that.
That's okay, no worries. Why is it showing him going all the way back there? There's something wacky with the flight plan processing here. So I'm just going to give him, I'm not giving a direct link, but I'm just going to make the flight plan force the flight plan into direct link. Air Canada 2734, descend 1000.
1000, Air Canada 2734.
Okay, so the lines on the screen, the most obvious ones are these kind of yellowy lines, and these are basically airspace sector boundaries. So you can see that the whole, if I go to the other view here, the whole Toronto FIR here is outlined with a yellow outline, as well as a bunch of other ones that cross it. So this black area is the actual Toronto FIR. The black area is showing what I'm actually controlling on the screen here. And then the yellow lines across it are the different sectorizations. So depending on if there's, obviously right now there's only one controller in Toronto, but normally in the real world there's multiple controllers on controlling different sectors. Sometimes sectors get merged together during lower traffic periods. Sometimes all the sectors will have a different controller during peak traffic periods. So it depends from time to time, but that is what the yellow lines are, is they are basically the different divisions. Same thing with the yellow dash lines. The yellow solid lines and the yellow dash lines basically mean the same thing. So and you can see they even extend a little ways into the airspace of my neighbors here, Cleveland down here to the south. It shows me some of their divisions. Winnipeg up here to the north, and even Minneapolis. It doesn't show very far into it because really I don't care too much what goes on their airspace beyond a few miles from my boundary, but it just shows me where those boundaries are. Let's see here. And then there's a few other lines here. So the dark blue lines here, these are the Toronto SIDs. So these are the different SIDs out from Toronto. They're not labeled, but this is the, let me think here. This is the Dead Key SID down here. This is the Verdo SID here, the Capt SID, the Ankle SID, this guy's on, the Go Pup, so all the different SIDs around Toronto. You can't really see them all that well, but these dashed kind of yellowy greeny lines, kind of off green lines here, those are the stars for Toronto. And then these solid blue lines are just a couple of the airways around Toronto. So there's not too many airways around Toronto anymore. It's mostly just kind of free RNAV space. We rely more on the SIDs and stars than the airways themselves around Toronto nowadays. Hillwood 4345 Toronto, you're leaving my airspace to the south. Actually, stick with me for a minute here, and I'll see if I can get see if Detroit can take you a little early, but you might be a little bit far away.
All right, we'll stand by. Thanks.
Let's see. And this guy's leaving my airspace as well, so I'll send him east text only. All right, let's send him straight to Detroit approach. Detroit said, hey, you could take him. And
We're switching. Thanks again for your help. Happy New Year, Hillwood 4345. We'll see you.
And Hillwood 4345, yeah, you can contact a Detroit approach right now. He'll take you 2622. Have a happy New Year.
Thank you. Have a good night, Saul.
All right, so there he goes. Oh, I said that the wrong. Said that to the wrong guy. I meant to send it to United. I sent it to Hillwood by mistake. Oops. The other thing you may see around here is you may see a few red lines, various red things everywhere, red shapes. These reds are all restricted airspaces.
American 2521, flight level 350.
American 2521 Toronto. Just trying to see if I can spot you here. Didn't mean to close it. Just trying to make it go up. Son of a bugger. American 2521 Squawk Ident. Should be this guy here. It says squawking 3076, so I'm trying to match him up here. No? There he is. American 2521 Toronto, thank you. Identified at flight level 350. Welcome aboard.
American 2521, thanks, cheers.
All right, United 725 acknowledged. Happy New Year's to him as well. Air Canada 2734 descend 8,000.
8,000, 2734.
Yeah, so all the red marks showing up all around here are various restricted airspaces. So there's base Borden up here near Barrie. Let's see here. These are the airspaces near CFB Petawawa. There's restricted airspace there. There's various prisons near Kingston here that have some restricted airspace. Restricted airspace near Niagara Falls here. So that's what the red marks are, just various different restricted airspaces. And yeah, and then also you'll see control zones. So the various mandatory frequency zones. Here's Sarnia, here's Windsor, London, Hamilton. Surprisingly, Kitchener's not drawn on here, so like not everything is turned on. I can manually turn on anything I want to. This is just sort of the default view right now. I'm surprised Kitchener's not on there actually. Let me see if I can turn on the Kitchener control zone because that should be on. I didn't even really notice that that was not on. So let's see if I can find it here. CYKF. Do we have a control zone? No. The other things that might be here at the end. See CYKF control zone. There we go. Now I've got a Kitchener control zone. So all the various control zones. So it's mostly a lot of airspace indications and common airways and things like that that I need to most be able to reference. When you get into like the terminal view here, it's very similar again. The yellow is the different airspace boundaries. In this case, it's more of the where the Class C airspace starts at different altitudes. And then, of course, we have green here is the tower control area for Toronto. These are the final approach lines with the dots and then eventually into the solid line. These red L-shaped lines are the non-transgression zones. So this is where you can't have, if you have airplanes doing simultaneous approaches, this is the line they can't cross. It's a little no man's land between the two runways. They can't cross that or that boundary. The blue and the white boxes here are just they're not they're again sector boundaries between the departure and the arrival control is what they really are. So yeah, that shows if I had a departure and arrival control, that shows where their boundaries of their airspace would be. That being said, I don't have one today, so it's a little bit easier. And you can see how the stars are drawn on here. So from the east, from the north, and from the west, the stars are drawn and how they enter into the terminal unit. So you can see he's just flying right up the star. He's doing a nice job flying that star precisely. This guy I think I've dealt with before. I think I've heard him before, and I'm just not 100% faithful in him to be able to. He's also flying the 320 Neo, which I assume he's probably flying it in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Not necessarily always the best at doing things like taking shortcuts, so I tend to kind of leave some of these guys on the longer routes, whereas with some of them, I will put them on the shortcut to the downwind if there's no traffic, because why make them fly the longer route if they don't have to? Safe, efficient operation is the goal of ATC. Safety first and then efficiency. Well, there's still a WestJet plane sitting there. Hasn't filed anything yet. We got this guy crossing my airspace. And not much else at this point. So we're 1 hour into our stream. Now we're at the point where I'm hoping that we're going to start to see some people start to log in soon. We've been here for a little while here. Hopefully we're going to see some traffic here on VATSIM. I feel like VATSIM has been a little bit quieter lately. I don't know what's going on. If it's just people I don't want to say fed up, but maybe tired of being inside all the time. But of course now we're back to it's as good a time as any to be inside all the time. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but it seems like VATSIM has been a lot quieter lately. Air Canada 2734 descends 6,000.
6,000, 2734.
All right, looks like our WestJet has filed a flight plan to Cleveland. WestJet 1511 going to Cleveland 0571. Let's get depart 06 left. Beats to Erie transition.
And we have information Delta on board, Air Canada 2734.
Air Canada 2734, thank you. Just going to go back and check my live IVR. Everything's still plus 6,000 in Toronto. It is for now. Until it isn't anymore. wonder if the other thing that could be causing some of the video issues I've been seeing is just my HDMI cable that I have to hook up my second screen, because this cable has traveled with me a lot over the years. It's been bent many times. I don't think it's in good shape anymore. Every once in a while it fails to establish a connection. Air Canada 2734 to send 4,000. So I wonder if that could be it too. I've been looking to replace that as well.
4,000, 2734.
It's, and most of the time an HDMI cable will last you probably a decade or more, but this one travels with me, so I coil it up and kind of smush it flat very often and then get it back out again. So it's been rolled and unrolled. It's been bent into horrible positions behind hotel TVs many times. I wonder if that could maybe be what's causing some of these video issues, is if there's something happening with the HDMI. It's getting a shorted signal or whatever, and then that's causing my graphics card to choke on it. I really need to replace this cord. Oh well. I hope everyone had a happy holiday season. I know it's sort of, the world kind of exploded yet again as in just in the lead up to the holidays, but I hope everyone had an enjoyable holiday season, whatever you were doing. I'll say I had a pretty good holiday season. I was home on Christmas Day for most of the day, which is pretty good. I had I think I had mostly a pretty successful holiday. Didn't get too many gifts to support my sim. Not really. And that didn't. I picked up a few things for myself on the holiday sales. A couple of holiday sales. Latin VFR had their holiday sale, so I picked up a couple things there. But not too much that I haven't. Not too much new in that department, really. But the one thing I am looking forward to, probably one of my favorite gifts, and I'm looking forward to it. Air Canada 2734, turn right heading 330, descend 3,000.
330, 3,000, 2734.
It was a not inexpensive gift. Let me see if I can find it here on the web. There we go. That's exactly it right there. If I can pull up my browser for a second here. He's turning base. I don't want to be distracted for too long here, but there we go. Fade into that. And so that was one of my Christmas gifts. And that is the largest Lego set in terms of the number of bricks that has ever been produced. It's a world map, and it features just shy of 12,000 bricks. So that's going to be what I'm going to be doing while I am flying through quiet airspace. I think in the next few months, when I'm simming and there's nothing much going on, I will be slowly picking away at this, building this so I can hang it on the wall of my office or for my sim.
220, Air Canada 2734.
Air Canada 2734, speeds at your discretion.
Speed, our discretion, 2734. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was one of my Christmas gifts. That was one that I was I was unexpected. I didn't ask for it. That being said, that's probably what makes some of the most enjoyable discs. Enjoyable gifts. WestJet 1511 standby. Break Air Canada 2734. Turn right heading 030 to intercept. Cleared the ILS 05.
Can you repeat that for 2734?
Air Canada 2734. Right turn 030 for the intercept. Cleared ILS 05.
030, and ILS, runway 5, 2734.
He's not always the fastest. He might get this turn in here. I just want to kind of watch it. He's just going through it right now. Let's see if he's getting the turn going here. Oh, he might have it. It's going to be a real hard turn here. Just going to watch him for a second and see if it swings over, because he just went through the loc. And Air Canada 2734, if you don't have the loc locked in, back to the right 090 to re-intercept. You're still cleared the ILS 05.
Still cleared, ILS 2734 for runway 5. Thank you.
Looks like he's coming around. I just gotta wait a second just to sort of make sure I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think he's doing it. All right, WestJet 1511, sorry about that. You ready to copy the clearance?
Yep, we're ready.
WestJet 1511, you're cleared to Cleveland via the Beats 2 departure, airy transition, flight plan route. Departure runway is 06 left, squawk code 0571.
Okay, we're clear to Cleveland via the Beach 2 departure, Erie transition, flight plan route, departure runway 06 left, and squawk 0571.
WestJet 1511, that readback is all correct. Information Delta is current. Pushback and start up at your discretion and call when you're ready for taxi.
We'll call when ready to taxi, WestJet 1511.
Air Canada 2734, the wind's showing 150 at 5. You're clear to land, runway 05.
Clear land 05. Can we do the visual for 52734?
Air Canada 2734, I'm showing 4 miles in mist and scattered at 800. Do you have the field in sight?
Affirm, we have the field in sight 2734.
Air Canada 2734, cleared visual approach, runway 05.
Visual approach, runway 5, 2734, thank you.
All right, I don't need this 24 right view that I had open for the few arrivals that I did have on 24 right, so I'm going to get rid of that. Go back to VATSPy and see if anybody else is coming our way. Oh, I got one departure heading to Toronto from Edmonton. I'm probably not going to be here long enough for that one. That one might be a little bit too far. Yeah, I think those are sometimes often the nicest gifts. That's just the ones you don't expect. As much as we all like to get what we want for Christmas, I think sometimes the nicest thing is a good gift, something that something that you know suits your personality, something that's going to keep you entertained for years, but that's not expected. Now, there's a few things I got that were expected. Oh, there goes the Air Canada. Things I did ask for. I asked for a drill and drill bits because I always find myself needing another drill, especially when you're doing a lot of renovations. I have one drill. It's a really fantastic old drill. It's actually was my father's drill. It's a Black & Decker from like before I was born, and it's just still going. And that thing has drilled, I don't know how much. It just never stops. It never dies. That thing has mixed. That thing has mixed 60 bags of concrete in a day. You know, and I've dropped this thing on the floor countless times, and the only thing that breaks is the floor. This thing just keeps on going. That being said, it's just nice to have a second drill in a lot of cases, because I just find myself, especially when I'm doing projects like this, like I'm constantly switching back and forth between like a screw bit and a drill bit. So I'm drilling a pilot hole and then I'm switching to the screw bit to screw it in, or trying to screw it in by hand. So both of which are, you know, frustrating options. So having a second drill where I can have the screw bit and one with the drill bit all the time is just going to make life a little bit easier to swap back and forth rather than constantly swapping bits. I bet $1 for every bit that I swapped every time I swapped a bit for the last 3 months while I've been doing construction. Oh my God! So that was something I asked for. I expected. I got it, and it was very nice. And and I think it's a gift I'm going to put a lot of good use to. It was a nice drill I got for Christmas too. But it's those ones that you're just not expecting too sometimes that are just really, like I said, like that world map. It seems like it's going to be tons of fun. And probably over the course of my live streams, I'll probably show you progress as it gets done, little by little, as the world gets created. But I am going to build it eventually, because the part of the point was to then hang it in this nice new room we've got, so as a piece of wall art when it's all done. So take a few months to do that and get it done. Oh, we got another one. We got a live one here. Going to Montreal in the 777. Dead key 4, make low. Yeah, that all looks good. We got another one. We lost Air Canada on final, but we got a new Air Canada on the ground in Toronto. So there we go. We got another outbound. Hopefully we'll get something going on there soon. Yeah. I was wondering if that PMDG 737 was going to release in time for Christmas, though. It seemed like they were really trying hard, but it just seems like ASOBO was working against them. It's not that it's working against them, but creating problems. I think to read a lot of Rendezzo's posts, it seems like he's trying to keep a very positive outlook on the project as a whole and trying to get it out there. And I think it's going to be a very frustrating experience for a lot of people because even once the product releases, I have this feeling that like every time there's a sim update, the product's going to be unusable for 3 to 5 to 7 days, and PMDG is going to have to release a hot fix immediately after every sim update as quickly as possible. And it's just that's frustrating. I think he, like I said, like I think he's really trying to keep it upbeat because I think I think the developers are all looking at it with a practical eye. Like it's a great platform. It's a fantastic platform from a scenery standpoint, and apparently even from a development standpoint. Like a lot of the shortcomings of the previous platforms have been overcome, but it's just this constant introduction of bugs that can't be bypassed because you can't bypass the updates. So the second the update comes out, everyone has to have it. First of all, so for like 2 or 3 days, you got to wait to download it. So you got to try and hope that your internet connection to the Microsoft server is fast enough because lots of people it's not. And then the last time I tried to run an update, uh, just happened to be on a day when an update came out. I didn't even know the update was coming out. I was just updating my sim in preparation for eventually getting it up and running again. And yeah, it wouldn't download for a whole day because it just couldn't keep a connection to the server. It would download like 5 or 10% and then just stall out because so many tens of thousands of people, probably hundreds of thousands of people were trying to download the update at the same time because they had to if they wanted to use the sim. And that's the frustrating part. You cannot defer or delay. Once it discovers there's an update, that's it. You have to be waiting until it's done. So any of your software that's incompatible with that update, when these big airplanes start coming out for the sim, if they're rendered incompatible with the update, they're going to be completely unflyable. You can't roll back the update and keep flying. You have to wait for a fix to come out. So I think as much as it's frustrating now to watch PMDG trying and struggling to get this product to market, I think it's going to be more frustrating when it gets to market and we all have it in our hands. And then every time here comes a sim update, get ready to not fly your 737 for a week. I think we're all going to find that's going to become even more annoying. I just wish we could, pause the updates if we wanted to, pause the updates, or even just defer them for 2 weeks. Give the developers time to work through them and make sure that they've got a patch that makes their product work in that new version. Because otherwise, every time there's an update, everyone's gonna download the update, and nobody's gonna fly the sim for a week because their stuff's not gonna work. I think it's gonna be a very frustrating experience. Unfortunately, just watching the way PMDG's development cycle has gone. The CRJ. That being said, I mean, Aerosoft CRJ has been mostly pretty stable through the sim updates.
Good evening, Air Canada 422, stand 141, looking to pick up IFR clearance to Montreal.
Air Canada 422, Toronto, good evening. You're cleared to Montreal via the dead key 4 departure, MIG-low transition, and flight plan route. Departure runway tonight is 06 left, in your squawk 0573.
We're cleared to Montreal as filed via the dead key 4 departure, departing 06 left, 0673, Air Canada 422.
Air Canada 422, the squawk is 0573.
0573, my apologies, Air Canada 422.
Air Canada 422, no problem. That's why we have readbacks. And the readback is now correct. Information is Delta. Push and start at your discretion and call me when you're ready for taxi.
We'll get Delta and we'll call ready for taxi, Air Canada 422.
I might try to log into Twitch one more time. I was thinking about it and I thought maybe I know my password. Probably not. No, my username or password was incorrect. Nope, I don't think I know it. Which is annoying. I just wanted to watch. All I want to do is just see how my brother's stream is doing on New Year's Eve. He's doing a DJing stream, but I don't think I'm gonna get into Twitch. I swear.
WestJet 1511 is ready to taxi with information Delta.
WestJet 15011 Toronto, information just switched over to Echo. The altimeter 2976, runway 06 left, taxi out Alpha Juliet, Bravo and Delta, cross runway tree right.
Okay, so we'll taxi via Alpha Juliet Bravo Sorry, can you repeat the rest of that?
Yeah, after Bravo, it's Delta and cross runway 33 right, WestJet 1511.
Okay, so Delta and then cross 33 right, WestJet 151.
Let's see here, still 6,000 plus on all the RVRs. I am just really curious to figure out why I can't get logged into my Twitch account. I thought I knew my password, but that being said, I have not used it in so long that it's possible. It's been way too long. I'm going to try one more. Oh, I did remember it. That is hilarious. I was literally about to reset it and then like, I think I might know it. There we go. All right, let's see if I can find what I'm looking for here. It's working fine on this thing. Well, give it a second for it to buffer here. That's just an ad, so disregard that. And there we go. Looks like they're having fun though. It's definitely a slightly different style stream than mine, but that's okay. The world needs different people doing different things. It's also having a hard time keeping up with this on my mobile network here, which I probably shouldn't stream too long on the mobile network because that'll probably kill a lot of data. So let's see if I can get it to see if I can get it to connect to the Wi-Fi here and see if it'll, hopefully it doesn't overshadow my Wi-Fi that I'm using to stream outwards. Because I have a feeling probably each device has a limited bandwidth, so that is probably why my computer was having a hard time playing the inbound stream and the outbound stream at the same time. But there you go. What time is it now? 10:16. So we got about an hour and 45 minutes until the new year. How many more airplanes are we going to get between now and the new year? We got 2 outbounds here. We got the 1 inbound from Edmonton. That's not going to really do me much good. So, oh, and we just got a 3rd airplane logged in. There it is. Air Canada 8228 EHAM. I hope no one considers this as a violation here, so I'm not going to listen to this for more than a couple seconds. But anyways, looks like they're having fun. All right, let's get this. As I said, a very different New Year's Eve style stream than I am doing, but that's fine. To each their own. Okay, so this guy's going to Amsterdam. So the Verdo 6, Iptos, and there we go. Canada 8228, Verdo, Iptos 6, Agluk, Sifu, Saxon, and then the crossing. So yeah, that looks good. There goes WestJet 1511. He's almost there. American is almost across my airspace. Not much is happening. It's been, and maybe this is something that I really shouldn't complain too much about because I have not been a very active participant lately. But it seems like a lot of the Canadian division right now is very quiet a lot of the time, and it's very unfortunate. And I would like to change that. I really would. I would like to. I would like to be on more often. And I think that is the first step is to, as a kind of as a leader of the division, I have to lead by example. So if I'm not on, why do I expect anybody else to be on? So I think as a division kind of fallen behind lately. Maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm just not logging in at the right times, because there have been events periodically that seem to have had stuff happen. I just never seem to have the time to participate in them. Did he cross at Victor? Because I thought he was going. I guess he crossed at Victor. So many people do that. It's so easy to do. Yeah, so easy to do to make that turn. This is truly one of the more confusing airports, certainly in all of Canada. Very confusing airport, very confusing layout, and especially in the dark at night, super hard to figure out what the hell you're doing. If you don't know where you're going, super complicated, very hard to figure out. If you know where you're going, if you're familiar with the airport, I spend a lot of time looking at this diagram right here. I know the airport pretty well, but this one, it is definitely, I will definitely grant that it's a very complicated airport, very complex, not the easiest to understand. I don't know how many people are watching that stream. Yeah, 47 viewers, more than I got. They seem to be doing more. They have music, they have people, they have activities. I am sitting here waiting for things to happen and trying to find things to talk about.
Air Canada 422 is ready for push and start.
Air Canada 422, push approved, tail north and call for taxi.
Tail north and call for taxi, Air Canada 422.
WestJet 1511 Toronto, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 130 at 6, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
Clear for takeoff, 6 left, we'll contact you in airborne, WestJet 1511.
Even the real world doesn't look like Toronto's that busy. I'll be honest, we were out there flying today and it was dead. A lot of the airspace was just dead. I think a lot of flights been canceled today. I think people's health is having an impact. People are booking off at not a phenomenal rate, but definitely a much higher rate than normal because of illness. And as a result, of course, airlines are having to cancel flights. There's some places where like entire outstations are being rendered canceled because one person at the outstation, one of the staff members at the outstation got COVID and passed it around to almost every single person. And you can't run like a ramp crew with one person. You can't run as a gate agent with one person. You need to have like a minimum of 2 to 3 people show up to do each task. So there are literally airports where the services have been canceled for days because small airports, all these people, it's not a big airport, a small airport, when there's no flight, in between flights, these guys all hang out together, usually probably in the same room. So as soon as one person got COVID, then the rest of them had it a couple days later. So all of a sudden the whole airport, the whole airline station is just shut down. So some of these cancellations, it's unfortunate and it sucks, especially around the holidays when people are trying to get places to see people, with their precious time off. But yeah, this aviation is neither priority nor is it immune to the results, I guess, or the effects of COVID. Anyways, just kind of unfortunate. Oh, I never noticed that. Ha! I never noticed that this actually works. Tim, Happy New Year. Nice to see you. It's kind of quiet here, but it's nice to see your friendly smiling face, or friendly smiling avatar, I guess. Happy New Year. Welcome to my New Year's stream. It's not particularly exciting right now, although we got a couple departures now. We got one rolling, one pushing, and one just parked at the gate doing nothing yet. But I haven't had particularly good luck with streams lately. But I have no one to probably blame but myself, because certainly if you want to encourage traffic on VATSIM, you've got to be here on a regular basis, and I have not. I will be the first person to admit this has been a sin of mine, that I have not put in the time that I should on this network in the last few months. I'm going to change that very soon. Hopefully, as I get a little bit more free time this winter, we'll be online a bit more often. Definitely try to be at least minimum once a week.
WestJet 1511 is at 1800 for 5,000.
It's got the quagmire going on. WestJet 1511 Toronto, identified, climb 7,000.
climb 7,000, WestJet 1511.
But yeah, no, it's you know, if I want to see traffic here, then I need to be here on a more regular basis. And Dongwei Mei says he's logging in right now. She is logging in right now. I say he just as a safe bet because like I know my demographics and I know that 95% of the people who participate in VATSIM and watch this channel are usually male. So I'm hedging my bets, but I don't want to offend anybody. WestJet 1511, turn right direct mobile on course and climb flight level 230.
Direct to mobile and flight level 230, WestJet 1519.
And I realized literally as I said it, that's technically incorrect. But that being said, what other traffic is there tonight? So, yeah, if you want to come fly, I will be here until we ring in the new year at the very least. After the new year, once the new year starts at 05 Zulu for Toronto time, I was planning to stick around for about an hour. If it's really super quiet, I may log off sooner than that. If there's nobody around at all, then I may log off sooner than that. But I would like to stick around. I need to probably head out by about 06 Zulu. But for now, 05 Zulu, as I am down with. I am planning to stay till then, and I would love to see you guys all show up. So please, anybody that wants a little bit of ATC here in the Toronto area, and it doesn't have to be Pearson. It could be any of these satellite airports in Toronto as well. So we've got Sault Ste. Marie up north. We've got all sorts of controlled and uncontrolled airports controlled. We've got London, Windsor, Hamilton, Kitchener, City, Oshawa, Trenton, and even out here in Ottawa. So any of these airports, please feel free to log in. File a flight. Because I could use the traffic. But that being said, like I said, like I think that like I have definitely been neglecting VATSIM. That being said, though, I did achieve one thing that I did set out to do, which was I got back I made sure to keep my currency in all of the different FIRs in Canada, all 6 FIRs in Canada, over the over the month of December. So my goal personally is to try and log in at least once in each of the subdivisions in Canada every month. And I managed to achieve that, surprisingly, despite the fact of how busy December can be. I managed to squeeze that in. The last one, I just got Winnipeg just like 2 or 3 nights ago, but I got all 6 FIRs, Vancouver, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto, Montreal, and Moncton. I can't logged in through to all of them at some point in December.
8228, mic check.
Air Canada 8228, reach you 5.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning. Happy New Year. Canada 8228 with information. Echo stand 183 to copy. Clearance to Amsterdam.
Air Canada 8228, good evening and a Happy New Year. You're cleared to Amsterdam via the Verdo 6 departure, Iptos transition, and flight plan route. Departure runway is 06 left, squawk code 0540.
Back to the Amsterdam via the Verdo 6 Iptos transition, runway 06 left and squawk 0540, Air Canada 8228.
Air Canada 8228, sorry, I missed the squawk. It was, you confirm 0540?
Squawk 0540 for Air Canada 8228.
Air Canada 8228, thank you. The readback is correct. Information, Foxtrot is current. Call me when you're ready for the push and start.
Foxtrot, and we'll call you back for push and start Air Canada 8228.
Oh, we got another one here. And there is Dongwei Mei. And I hope I'm saying your name right. If I'm saying it wrong, please help me pronounce it. I had the same thing with one of the first people that chatted in the second person that chatted in my stream tonight, and I was like, how do you say that username? Trifix? And so they had to guide me on it. Sometimes you try, and some things are easy, but sometimes you're looking at it, you're like, you could say it like 6 different ways, so you're kind of trying to figure it out. This guy's just going down to Cincy, but that's okay. Hey, welcome aboard. Like I said, I will take anybody and everybody wherever you want to go. Come on down. Let's have some fun. It's probably going to get pretty low later on tonight, so if you want to challenge yourself, you should start flying towards Toronto because the forecast for Toronto for tonight is not great. There's a good chance of fog setting in at some point. We're up to information Foxtrot here. 3 miles in mist. We're now broken at 200 feet. So we're going to have to start running the Cat 2s pretty soon here. We're not showing, the RVRs are still showing 6,000 plus. I got the live RVR up on my other screen, so we're still showing 6,000 plus.
And Canada 422 Heavy, we have information Foxtrot on board. And sorry, we might have pushed to the other side, but yeah, we're ready for push. We're ready for taxi.
Air Canada 422, not a problem. It's not too busy out there tonight. Information is now Foxtrot, the altimeter 2976. For runway 06 left, you might as well just go straight ahead, out Alpha Kilo, Bravo, Delta, cross runway 33 right.
Alpha Kilo, Bravo, Delta, cross 33 right and hold short 06 left, altimeter 2976, and we have Foxtrot on board, Air Canada 422 Heavy.
Richard. All right, so there is...
Toronto Center, bonsoir. Jazz 400, monsieur, faites level 250.
Jazz 400, Toronto, bonsoir. Oh, I think I see you there in Cleveland's airspace, but you're inbound to Montreal, correct?
Correct. Jazz 400.
Jazz 400, okay. Looks like you're going to stay out of my airspace. You're going to be through Cleveland and Boston airspace. If you want, you can stay on the frequency. I don't see any traffic in front of you right now.
Roger, we stand this frequency, Jazz 400. Merci beaucoup.
De rien. I mean, I'm happy to take anyone who wants to talk to me at this point just because it's so quiet. It's unfortunate he's not coming even at all, not even cutting through a quarter of my airspace. Let's see, what's WestJet doing? Can I give him any kind of a shortcut here? Let's see. WestJet 1511, proceed direct beats on course.
Direct beats, WestJet 1511.
Cuts the corner a little bit for him. And WestJet 1511, climb flight level 320.
Climb 320, WestJet 1511.
And Trifix, I remember how to pronounce it. It's not getting any busier than it was. It's just a slow, steady stream of departures here. Slow stream of departures here. A couple in and a couple out. I'm hoping to get, hoping to lure in a few more people here. Unfortunately, the only person inbound to Toronto at this point is WestJet 148, who just departed Winnipeg, or not Winnipeg, Edmonton now. So even if I look at VATSPY here, I can look at VATSPY. His estimated arrival time in Toronto is 8:56 Zulu. That's about 3:56 in the morning local time. So I would love to stay on that long, but it just is not going to happen. Magnus, Happy New Year. ESSA. Oh, is that Stockholm? I'm sorry, I'm terrible with my European airport codes. Oh, I was right. Stockholm, Arlanda. Haha. I'm not as bad as I give myself credit for. Magnus, Happy New Year. I hope it. Hope the new year brings you lots of happy controlling as well. I definitely will be back putting a lot more hours into this network than I have in the last 3 months, but I have just simply dedicated my life to this renovation when I'm not working. This is the funny thing, is like when I go to work, it's like a break for me now because there's no physical labor involved with going to work. I just simply go to work. Sometimes some mental labor and pushing some buttons, but no physical labor. So it's kind of a break from the basement renovation. So I will be so happy to have this thing done, and it's so close. I just need a couple days at home to actually get it done. The only unfortunate thing is next week is my recurrent sim. So next week I'm probably gonna have I'll probably be able to get most of it done, hopefully, but I will also be distracted and reviewing for that and making sure I'm up to speed on everything for that. So Martin Blanco is Air Canada 422. Hello, welcome to the stream. There you go. Rounding the corner on Delta there.
Center, good evening. United 322, IFR to Cincinnati with the information Foxtrot ready to copy.
United 322, Toronto, good evening. You're cleared to Cincinnati via the Mix at 6 departure, Gentry transition, flight plan route. Departure runway is 06 left, squawk code 0542.
Clear to Cincinnati via the Mixit 6 departure Gentry transition, then as filed. Squawk is 0542, United 322.
United 322, the readback is all correct information. Foxtrot is current. Call when you're ready for the push.
Call ready for push, United 322.
And I didn't hand him off yet. He's so close now, but not quite there. And American 2521, you're just approaching my the end of my airspace to the east. Montreal's not online. You can switch the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a good night. We'll see you next time. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, and we'll switch you in and come 1228, American 2521.
Yeah, so it's funny. It's funny because like so Air Canada 422 is Martin in the chat there, and it's funny probably when you're watching this because I'm not sure exactly what the length of the lag is on YouTube, but I think it's in at least the order of 10 to 15 seconds, if not even more. So, you know, you'll round the corner yourself, and then you look at the stream, and you'll see yourself round this corner 20 or 30 seconds later. You'll be like, oh, that's where I was, or even worse, you'll hear yourself on the stream. There's nothing worse than like having like an echo, but a 20-second delay is almost more doable. The worst is like when you get about a half a second to a 1 second delay and you hear yourself, but you just hear everything echoing just a moment after you say it. So it used to be the way it was with VATSIM before they had audio for VATSIM with the old Roger Wilco system, is you had just that half-second delay, and boy, you could not listen to it in your own headset because that half-second delay that went out onto the network was also what went into your headset, and you were just, as you start talking, at first it's okay, but then after a couple seconds you get distracted by hearing yourself a half a second later, not in time with yourself, but a half a second to a second later. It was so distracting. It was never any good for anything but a mic check. Air Canada 422 Toronto, contact me once you're airborne. The winds are showing 130 at Fife, cleared for takeoff, runway 06 left.
For clear for takeoff 06 left, we'll call you airborne, Air Canada 422.
Still check in. Everything's RVR 6000 plus, but the ceiling has definitely come down. We might have to switch to Cat 2 approaches here soon. I may have to, here, let's just, I don't think they're going to probably be on the Cat 2s yet, but we're getting close. Not that I have any inbounds, so what do I care what approaches they want to do right now? I need inbounds for that to be a consideration at all. So I'm going to pull up the ATAs here on liveatc.net, which is a fun tool that you can use. I like to sometimes sync up my ATAs to the real world as much as possible. Give it a couple seconds. It'll buffer a stream here, hopefully. Just because I want to hear if they're advertising at all Cat 2s yet. I don't think they will be for... Nope. Sounds like they haven't declared Cat 2 yet, but it's coming. The ceiling is settling in for the night, so it's probably going to happen pretty soon. But again, I got no inbound, so really at this point, Cat 2 does not matter. I got one inbound who is 5 hours away. Looking at the time, I had to do the mental calculation there really quick. 5 hours away, yeah. That's not gonna be of any relevance to me. But at least I keep getting some departures, so that's nice. So, you know, you get the steady, slow but steady departure going on here. Quite a lot of ATC in the southern U.S. tonight, so I'm definitely competing with a lot of other American controllers for the traffic that's out here. Not a whole lot of traffic on the network tonight. 500 people. It's not a good night to go out, though. Given what's happening in the world out there, it's just not a good night to be actually out there in the real world. So I am almost surprised that more people are not on VATSIM, but I guess you could still be just watching the ball drop stream, you know, streaming online or something like that. still, pity.
Air Canada 422 Heavy airborne passing 2000.
Air Canada 422 Heavy identified. Climb flight level 230. After 3600, turn right direct dead key on course.
Climb maintain 230 after 3600, direct dead key on course. Air Canada 422.
Did you hear that at the end there? At the very end of his transmission? I think you heard the feedback from the stream. He's from listening to the stream. SR Culture Shack, hi, welcome to the stream, and Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you for tuning in. It's not the most active stream tonight, so I've kind of tried to find some topics to talk about. I haven't been streaming very much lately, which gives me a chance to talk about stuff. Which there was actually.
Toronto Center, Air Canada 8228, ready for push and start.
Air Canada 8228, confirm your parked gate 180.
Hey, from gate 22.
Air Canada 8228, thanks. Pushback lane 9, tail north, and call ready for taxi.
Pushback lane 9 tail north, Air Canada 8228.
Just because there's not much going on, I'm just taking on the role of the apron controller as well, because it's just that kind of a night. What's WestJet going up to? 32. Okay, yeah, he's fine. WestJet 1511. Toronto, you leave my airspace to the south. Cleveland's not online. Surveillance service terminates. Switch to the en route frequency, and have a happy new year.
Off to Unicom for WestJet 1511. Happy New Year's to you as well.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I read about a really neat add-on for Flight Simulator, for just a little free add-on that you can get that apparently adds a fireworks display for New Year's Eve. I think it's at 8 p.m. local time over most cities, minor cities, anything I think that was over a population. I forget there's a population threshold, but like any city like over like 1 million people in it, or maybe it was over like 200,000 people or 50. I can't remember what it was, but it's just a little mod that you put in there, and it would automatically on New Year's Eve at 8 p.m. in the local time zone would fire off a fireworks display over all the small cities in your sim, and you can go fly around and see the fireworks display. I thought that was just a cute little idea. It's like, oh, that's a good way to celebrate. Really want to get my sim up and running. Really jonesing for it now. It's so close to the end of my renovation, and I'm so excited about getting up and running. We're gonna have a nice big long Twitch stream celebration at some point to celebrate getting this up and running, because it's been a long time. I have not had this long of a break from simming since I started getting back into simming. That was probably a good 5, 6, 7 years ago. So it was okay at first. It was kind of a nice little break at first, and things kept me busy. But it's turned into like, oh my gosh, I just want to get this done. It is so close to being done, and I'm very proud of the work I've done so far in it too. I have to say, like that picture that I showed off, like it's funny how long it takes to start actually making a difference, and you're doing all this like background work, and you're trying to make sure all the walls are straight, and building framing, and making sure everything is the wiring is done behind the walls, and re-insulating and sealing vapor barriers and all that stuff, and all this work that goes on behind the walls. It took me like 2 months to get to the point, over 2 months to get to the point where we put up drywall. All of a sudden we put up drywall, it started to look like a room. It went from looking like this just workspace that was never going to end to like in a little over like 2.5 weeks, it went from like looking like this construction project that would never end to it looked like almost a finished room in 2.5 weeks. And all that's left now, like I've got a ceiling, I've got lights, I just need a floor.
Toronto Center, United 322 to Terminal 3, requesting push and start.
United 322, push approved, lane 3, tail east, and call ready for taxi.
Lane 3, tail east, call ready for taxi, United 322.
Air Canada 422 Heavy, proceed direct Miglo on course, climb flight level 310.
Direct Miglo on course and climb maintain 310, Canada 422.
I lost that Jazz guy on radar. Is he even logged in anymore? No, I guess he logged out. I don't see him anymore. Cannot seem to sucker in any departures. Not even like a Montreal-Toronto run. Not even one Montreal-Toronto run tonight. We got Toronto to Montreal, but not even one arrival from Montreal. Usually you can get somebody. It's kind of almost a little surprising. Gonna ring in the new year with more of a whimper than a bang at this rate. We got an hour and 15 minutes left to go in 2021, and I feel like there's going to be very few airplanes in my airspace by the time we ring in the new year. Here's hoping that 2022 is a little bit better than 2021, even just a little bit, because 2021 was not bad. I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but I feel like it was not bad. I mean, yes, it was still, we had a lot of difficulty, we had a lot of challenges, we had a lot of restrictions, but we had a lot of hope and optimism through a lot of the year. Things were getting better. We had vaccines that were slowly being given out to people. You know, we had some economic recovery. We had some. Tim, you're on your way. Excellent. Thank you. Oh, it's okay. Don't. I mean, Martin, I'm happy that you're doing something. It's no big deal. Yeah. I mean, if you weren't watching the stream, you wouldn't know how long I was going to be on here for. But yeah, my plan is to stay on till at least midnight Toronto time, and then after that, potentially as much as one more hour, depending on the traffic. So if there's some people coming in, then I may stay on until 1 a.m. That's about the latest I can really honestly stay. I can't do any later than that because I do have to get up and do some work tomorrow in the morning. Have to get up at a reasonable hour, so I can't stay up like forever. But I definitely want to be here for midnight and then a little bit past it. And now, Tim, you're going to make me look and see if I can figure out where you're going here. I'm just trying to lure people in because I hate when I have these streams that are awfully quiet and it looks, as I see all these departures, it's like I know it's just going to get quieter and quieter, and then you guys are just going to continue to listen to me rant about various things. Should I rant about my customer service experience pre-Christmas? Because I was more than a little frustrated with one customer service experience I had before Christmas. I just I'll never shop there again. It was so horrendously, ridiculously over the top.
Taxi.
United 322 Toronto, runway 06 left. Information is Foxtrot, the altimeter 2976. Taxi out lane 3, Alpha Juliet, Bravo and Delta, cross runway 33 right. What's the temperature doing in Toronto? Is it below freezing yet? Still hovering at 4 degrees. Okay, 4 degrees.
Lane 3 Alpha Julia Bravo, cross runway 33 right at Delta for runway 6 left, United 322.
Richard? Okay, so he's taxiing.
And Air Canada 8228, ready for taxi.
Air Canada 8228 to Toronto, runway 06 left. Information is Foxtrot, and the altimeter is 2976. Taxi lane 9, out Delta Romeo. Delta, cross runway 33 right and hold short of 06 left.
06 left via lane 9 Delta Romeo, then to Delta to 06 left, QNH 2976, copied, Air Canada 8228.
I saw Canadian Express 001 there again for another flight to LaGuardia, but I feel like that was probably a glitch. Because he already left, so probably just like the sim reset or something, and then he reappeared here. Tim says it's always fun when he's in the airspace, and I 100% agree. If you want to go and do an NDB Circle 21 for at Buttonville, I'm all down for it. Martin says he's actually flying right now because he got COVID a few days ago, so you got to spend the new year in your room. I hope you're okay. I hope it's mild for you at the very least. Yeah, I know a few people now that my immediate family and well, not my immediate family, but my extended family, I guess, that have had COVID in the last little while. So yeah, it's coming for probably most of us in the near future.
Toronto Center, Japan and 9999, flight level 370.
Japan Air 999, Toronto. Good evening. Squawk ident, please.
Squawk ident, Japan and 999.
So I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that you got COVID there, and I hope more than anything for you that it's mild, that it doesn't turn out to be anything too bad for you. No, wrong one. Stupid thing. Uncorrelate. I clicked on the wrong one.
Japan Air 9999.
And Japan Air 9999 Heavy, you are identified, flight level 370.
Japan 9999, unfortunately due to an insufficient amount of fuel, would you mind if we actually need to divert to Toronto Pearson?
All right, Japan Air 9999. That is not a problem. Just let me know when you're ready to copy a clearance here.
Japan Air 9999, thank you. Currently in our FMS, we've entered the Imeba 2 arrival into runway 05, if that's possible.
And Japan Air 9999, affirmative, that is possible. I could probably offer you one that's perhaps even a little quicker, depending on how badly you need to get here.
Japan Air 9999, yeah, sure, just offer me the fast one.
All right, Japan Air 9999, you're cleared to the Toronto Pearson Airport via present position direct Irkim. That's India Romeo Kilo India Mike, and fly the Boxum 5 arrival for runway 05.
So current position track direct to Irkim, Boxum 5 arrival into runway 05, Japan Air 9999.
Japan Air 9999, that is correct. And information's Foxtrot in Toronto, it will be runway 05 for arrival.
Thank you.
Hey, there we go. We got arrival. Woo!
Toronto Elite 71.
And who's calling Toronto there?
Elite 71.
Elite 71 Toronto. Good evening.
Good evening. Show us on the ground at Timmins. Request IFR Hamilton.
And Elite 71 Toronto, you are cleared to Hamilton via your flight plan route. Depart, climb on course, maintain 1010,000. Your squawk code is 0520. Clearance is valid now and canceled if not airborne by 0410 Zulu.
Elite 71 cleared Hamilton flight plan route. Depart, climb on course, climb 1010,000, squawking 0520.
Toronto Center, bonsoir. Jazz 400, just to let you know that I'm gonna start descending in next 15 nautics to see you to Montreal Airport.
All right, first Elite 71, your readback is all correct. You can switch back to the Unicom for the departure and give me a call this frequency airborne.
We'll switch to Unicom, call you airborne, and if we're going to be later than 0410, we'll let you know.
Perfect, thank you. And Jazz, sorry, what was the Jazz flight again?
Jazz 400.
And Jazz 400, you are clear of my airspace to the east. Montreal's not online. Switch to the Unicom for the arrival. Just as a heads up for you, there's also a 777 inbound to Montreal. He's about 70 miles behind you, but given the difference in speed, he'll probably get to Montreal similar time, so just keep an eye out for him.
Roger, Jazz 400, we're going to pay attention to the 777. Thank you, and bonne année. Happy New Year.
Bonne année, Jazz 400. Air Canada 8228, continue across runway 33 right and hold short of 06 left. Sorry, Martin. And so many things happening here, Martin. Luckily, it's been just a normal cold, so I'm happy. Yes. So I'm glad that it's not doing too badly for you because I feel like it's coming for all of us. Um, I, I know a family member that had it, and he had it pretty mild. He said it was barely even. It was even bad, not even as bad as a normal cold. So he just had a fever one day, and then like a cough the next day, a runny nose the next day. Just like just a couple days, and he was over it. So it's good that for a lot of people it is mild. It's unfortunate just so many people are getting it right now because that's what's going to be the real problem. It's not that for most people it's a big deal, but because so many people are getting it, even a small percentage of the population at large is still enough to overwhelm the whole healthcare system, and that's where we're going to run into problems. Is when again the hospitals get clogged because there's just too many people who are unfortunately all sick at the same time. So uh, hopefully we don't get to that point. That's all I can say is hopefully most of us will do this pretty well. Okay, so now we're starting to get some people here. We got the Porter flight here down at the island, and I don't have weather up at the island, but I will in a second here. City, looks like winds are out of the east, so we're going to give them 08 for departure. Bowman 7, Mindfuck transition. That all looks good. Getting a text message here as well. If you're only going to divert to the autopilot. uh,
Toronto Center, Porter 259, voice check.
And Porter 259, Toronto, reach you 5. United 322, Toronto. Contact me once you're airborne. Toronto winds showing 140 at Fife, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
6 left, clear for takeoff, contact departure, thank you.
Peach Poison, what is this? This is VATSIM ATC. So there are airplanes taxiing around at the airport. There's airplanes up in the air. Air Canada 422 Heavy, when ready to send flight level 290.
When ready down to 290, Air Canada 422.
And Toronto Center, Porter 259, request IFR to Ottawa.
All right, Porter 259, Toronto. Let's see here. The winds at City are showing 080 at 7. The altimeter 2977. We got 3 miles and an overcast layer at 200 feet for you. You're cleared to Ottawa via the Bowman 7 departure, MyVOC transition, and flight plan. Route departure runway today 08, squawk code 0561.
And Porter 259, thanks for the weather. Cleared to Ottawa, Bowman 7 departure, MyVOC transition, flight plan, route departure 08, squawk 0561. Porter 259.
Porter 259, readback's all correct, and no information at the island. Give me a call when you're ready for pushback.
We'll let you know ready for pushback, Porter 259.
Air Canada 8228, Toronto, space permitting behind the departing 320, line up and wait, runway 06 left.
Line up and wait, 06 left, and we'll keep an eye out for the traffic, Air Canada 8228.
Oh, we got another airplane on the ground in Toronto. Things are suddenly happening. Woo! I thought it was going to get boring now, and it's actually, I'm excited. I'm excited. There's actually stuff going on. We got 2 different flights happening within the FIR. So we got City to Ottawa, and we've got Timmins down to Toronto. So fantastic. We're going to have some stuff to do. I should bring up the Hamilton weather while I'm even thinking about it right now. Oh, here we go. Here's our next flight. VHHH, I believe that's Delhi, is it not? Only time you have enough fuel, you have too much fuel, is when you're on fire. All right, 2577 Air Canada 23. Hello, request IFR Hong Kong. No, we can receive voice. Excellent. And Air Canada 23. I just want to do a quick voice check. Just confirm you can receive voice. Air Canada 23. Thank you so much. And you are cleared to Hong Kong via the Iklan 2 departure, Trony transition, flight plan route. Departure runway today is 06 left, squawk code 0563. Iklan Tony transition, departure Air Canada.
And Air Canada 423 Heavy would like to request LR, please.
Air Canada 422 Heavy, you're leave my airspace to the east. Montreal's not online. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Lower is at your discretion. Have a good night. Happy New Year.
Alright, switching to Unicom, Air Canada 422 Heavy, Happy New Year, and keep it up with the stream. See ya.
Thank you. United 322, say passing altitude.
Passing 3,000 feet.
United 322, thank you. Identified, climb 7,000. Turn right, direct mobile on course.
7,000 direct to mobile, United 322.
And Air Canada 8228 Toronto. Contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 140 at Fife. Clear for takeoff. Runway 06 left.
Clear to takeoff 06 left with contact from the airborne Air Canada 8228.
And so.
And Porter 259er, push start.
Porter 259er, push start is approved. Call ready for taxi.
Push start approved, call ready for taxi, Porter 259.
Excuse me. Approved. I'm in clearance, depart. Oh, what am I doing? He can do text. And Air Canada 23, your request is approved for departure off runway 05. So amend your clearance. It's the Iklan 2 departure off runway 05, balance unchanged. And sorry, if you type to me in text, I get a mentality. I know you said receive only. I get a mentality to type back in text. Air Canada 23, thank you. The readback is all correct. Information is Foxtrot, push back and start up. Actually, give me a call when you're ready for the push. Any drop in the RVRs yet? No, still no drop in the RVRs. That's good. United 322, climb 15,000.
15,000, United 322.
I did clear Air Canada 8228 for takeoff, right? Yeah, I did. Yeah, there he is. He's just airborne now.
Toronto Center, Air Canada 8228 out of 1,400.
Air Canada 8228 Toronto, thanks. Identified, climb 6,000.
Climb 6,000, Air Canada 8228.
All right, we'll just make sure that the United does climb and turns here. And he is climbing and turning. Yeah, I feel like we're all going to get COVID sooner or later, though. I hate to be depressing, and I try to keep my COVID talk out of the stream too much, but I think we're all going to get this variant at some point at this point. This is the one that's going to be mild for most of us, and hopefully we can just keep the rate of us all getting it slow enough that the healthcare system can keep up. That's the priority at the end of the day. United 322, turn right direct Litor on course.
Direct to Litor, United 322.
Needs 500 more feet.
Toronto, Elite 7-1.
Elite 7-1, go ahead.
Roger, we're going to need 0425 for our void time.
Elite 7-1, that's approved as requested. Clearance is canceled at 0425 Zulu.
Clearance canceled if not airborne by 04250, Elite 7-1.
Thank you. Air Canada 8228, turn right direct Verdo on course.
Turn right direct Verdo on course, Air Canada 8228.
Air Canada 8228, climb flight level 230.
Climb flight level 230, Air Canada 8228.
United 322, climb flight level 230.
230, United 322.
All right, so we're going to need to pull up weather in Hamilton and Ottawa now. We got lots of stuff going on here. Ottawa, winds are out of the northeast. 5/8, ooh, still plus 6,000 though. And the hammer. That's funny. The hammer is overcast at 3,100 feet and 15 miles visibility, but Pearson is down to 3 miles of mist and broken at 200, but it's got the overcast at 38. So I'd say high levels there. There's just low levels wafting over the airport, over the area as well. Oh, who's this guy? I didn't even notice he coming into my airspace here. Who are you, buddy? Who are you?
Import 259 for tax order 08.
Porter 259er, Toronto, the altimeter at City 2977. The wind's now showing 080 at 7. Runway 08. Taxi apron your discretion, Alpha, and hold short if eyes ready.
Apron our discretion, Alpha. Contact you holding short 08, ready to go. Porter 259.
No, not departing. Taxi. Taxi, there we go. Oh, and then for some reason, I lost my Japan here. Fortunately, I already know him, so I don't even have to match him up. I just type in the call sign and I know who it is. Things have picked up a little bit. Yeah, we got some stuff going on now. For the next hour, I'd say we're going to have some activity, some moderate activity. So that's good. We got one inbound to Toronto. We got one inbound to Ottawa that's taxiing out. We got one inbound to Hamilton that has yet to take off. So I'd say we're going to definitely be busy through the midnight hour, which is great. Oh, and we got another one. We got a live one here. We got a VFR. Well, it's VFR in Hamilton. So yeah, he's VFR in Hamilton. That's fine. City might be a bit more of a challenge. It's overcast 200 feet in the city, but anyways. I will not dispute the weather that other people ask for here. Nope, it looks pretty good. All right, I'm going to assign 1212. So he's going to have a VFR code. Hammer, we're using 100, so we're using runway 12, which works anyways for the IMC. All right, looking good, looking good. United 322. United 322, climb flight level 300.
Flight level 300, United 322.
Get rid of that flight plan. I hate when these fixes are showing up all over my airspace here. That's the arrival, so I want to do this. Yeah, there we go. So this guy here is flying through my airspace, but not talking to me. That's United 976. What you doing?
Toronto Center, Golf India Alpha Charlie, 3 Diamond 42 Hamilton. Good evening.
Golf India Alpha Charlie, good evening.
And India Alpha Charlie, requesting VFR. We're just going to go up the shoreline to the harbor.
Golf India Alpha Charlie, stand by 1 moment. Break Porter 259er. Contact me once you're airborne. The winds are 080 at 7. Clear for takeoff. Runway 08.
Hi, airborne. Clear for takeoff 08, Porter 259.
Golf India Alpha Charlie. All right, right now Hamilton is showing winds 1105, 15 miles and overcast at 3,100 feet. Altimeter 2975. However, right now I'm showing Toronto City as overcast at 200 feet with 3 miles in mist. Do you still want to try up the shoreline and see what you see?
We'll give it a shot for India Alpha Charlie.
India Alpha Charlie, Roger. Runway 12 in Hamilton, and squawk code for you 1212.
Runway 12 for Hamilton and squawk 1212 India Alpha Charlie.
India Alpha Charlie, let me know when you're ready for taxi.
Roger.
And Wesley, hello. Welcome to the stream. And let's do this.
And Porter 259 airborne passing 1,000 feet.
Porter 259 Toronto, thank you. Identified. Climb 7,000.
Climb 7,000, Porter 259.
Air Canada 8228. Continue climb flight level 350.
Continue climb flight level 350. Air Canada 8228.
And he's on the Beaumet. Porter 259, passing 2,000 feet, proceed direct TSUC on course.
Passing 3,000, proceed direct TSUC on course, Porter 259.
Air Canada 8228 Heavy, proceed direct Iptos on course.
Stack Iptos, second A28.
United 322 Toronto traffic, it's your 12 o'clock for about 20 miles as an eastbound unknown target up at 310. I'll have higher once you're clear.
Traffic inside, thank you.
Porter 259er, climb 1000.
Climb 1000, Porter 259er.
Air Canada 23 ready for pushback 8173 with information Foxtrot. Air Canada 23, and you were going to go to 05. So pushback tail south and call ready for taxi. I'll leave that up there because we got this one.
India Alpha Charlie, ready for taxi, runway 12.
India Alpha Charlie, Toronto, Hamilton, altimeter 2975, runway 12, taxi apron to your discretion, Bravo, down runway 06, Charlie, and Golf, hold short of 12.
Roger, copy the altimeter, that's Alpha, runway 06, Charlie, Golf, hold short, runway 12, India Alpha Charlie.
India Alpha Charlie, almost, it's Bravo, then 06, Charlie, Golf.
Roger, Bravo to runway 06, Charlie, Golf, India Alpha Charlie.
You got it. Oh, got another one here. Oh, departing Ottawa. Crazy.
Toronto Center, good evening, WestJet 375 on the ground in Ottawa, requesting IFR clearance to Toronto.
And there's Ottawa. At WestJet 375, Toronto, good evening. You're cleared to... let's see here. You're cleared to Toronto via the Ottawa 4 departure. Radar vectors 2 here, flight plan route. Departure runway is 07, squawk code 0521.
Alright, clear to Toronto via the Ottawa 4 departure, runway 7, radar vectors to Turkey, Aviva 6 arrival, and squawking 0521, WestJet 375.
WestJet 375, your readback is correct. Information is, actually I'll have the weather for you in a moment, just stand by one. And Air Canada 23, sorry about that. I did see your message and then I got distracted. Taxi Alpha Lima Alpha and Hotel, cross runway 15 left and 15 right. And WestJet 375, Toronto, just the Ottawa weather for you here at, let's see here, 0317 Zulu. The winds are showing 050 magnetic at 6. Visibility 5/8 of a mile. RVRs are currently all showing 6,000 plus. And that's in mist with broken at 200, overcast at 600. Temperature -2, dew point -2, altimeter 2986. Call me when you're ready for pushback.
Roger, copy the weather, and we'll call it ready for pushback, WestJet 375.
Porter 259er, continue climb, flight level 210.
Continue climb, flight level 210, Porter 259.
United 322 Toronto, continue climb, flight level 380, traffic's no longer a factor.
Climb and maintain flight level 380, United 322.
All right. And India Alpha Charlie, are you able to depart runway 12 from the intersection Golf? That'll give you about 5,500 feet remain.
Yeah, we'll depart the Golf intersection for India Alpha Charlie.
India Alpha Charlie, left turn out is approved. Report clearing the zone to the north. Winds 120 at 5, clear for takeoff, runway 12 from Golf.
Roger, left turn approved. Report clear up the zone to the north, clear for takeoff, runway 12, India Alpha Charlie.
All right. Things are getting busier here. Stuff's happening in Ottawa. Still all 6,000 plus, but it's definitely weather's looking a little bit dicey in places here anyways. I should actually be checking the NOTAMs too here. I can check them here on my mobile device because I have a NOTAM accessible app. So let's just have a quick look and see what it says here in Ottawa. I know what the NOTAMs say in Toronto, and there ain't much going on these days. It's been very quiet in Toronto, but Ottawa. I should have it here somewhere. NOTAMs. Other than just a 555 condition code, taxiway, Delta Foxtrot, Juliet Kilo closed, 422 closed, approach 32, Zulu 7. Just because if you want to be realistic, you need to know what the NOTAMs are because you need to abide by the restrictions that have been published here. So, a couple of taxiways closed, but that's about it. Delta Foxtrot, Juliet Kilo. Delta Foxtrot, Juliet Kilo. I don't even have the Ottawa. That's what I don't have. I don't have Ottawa even open here. So let's get Ottawa. There we go. Delta Juliet Kilo. Okay, yeah, okay, I got it. And Air Canada 23, go ahead. Air Canada 23, no problem. Sorry it took me so long to get back to you there. Easily distracted when you're doing this. It also amazes me how fast some people type sometimes too. Like before I even finish saying the words, they're already ready to read stuff back. All right, so we're gonna have a little bit of a quiet period for a few minutes here, but it's gonna get it's definitely gonna get busier here. So, yeah, I'm very impressed. So thank you guys. Happy New Year to everyone because thank you for making this stream worthwhile. Especially those of you that participated through flying and those who participated just in the chat alone. That just makes it worthwhile to know that people are actually watching and want to interact. I'm happy to whenever it's not too busy to go ahead and interact at least a little bit here. This guy flew right through my airspace without talking to me, so I guess he did not want to interact too badly, but anyways. Hopefully that Japan Airlines, what is it? It's a 350, right? Japan Airlines 350, yeah. So hopefully he's got enough fuel at least to make it here, because he could probably plunk it down in North Bay. That would be about the only other place I would expect it would be easy to land that thing. Timmins, I mean, Timmins is there. It's a pretty short runway, though. North Bay is probably would be his safest bet if he couldn't make it all the way to Toronto. But let's try and make it Toronto because that's probably going to be his passenger's best bet for getting anywhere as well. All right, so there we go. Porter 259er, proceed direct Lanark.
Direct Lanark, Porter 259er.
What is this stream about? This is live ATC on the VATSIM network. So these are people flying flight simulators and getting real world ATC, getting a real person providing ATC as they fly. United 322 Toronto Center, you're about to leave my airspace to the south. Cleveland's not online. Switch the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates, and have yourself a happy new year.
Off to Unicom. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. So that's what the stream is. It's just simply live streaming the ATC system on the VATSIM network. So these are various people flying their flight simulators around the Toronto area here in Canada, and yeah, we've got one guy inbound here from the north that's heading down to Toronto.
Charlie, about to exit the Hamilton control zone at 3,500.
India Alpha Charlie, thank you. You're identified. VFR eastbound along the shoreline is approved. And the city altimeter, when you need it, is showing 2975. And I've got no update to the visibility there. Still showing 3 miles overcast at... Actually, no, sorry. I just got a new one. 3 miles and overcast at 400 feet now.
2975 and India Alpha Charlie, roger.
Okay.
Shadow WestJet 375 ready for pushback.
WestJet 375, pushback at your discretion and call when ready for taxi.
Roger, pushback aboard, we'll call ready for taxi, WestJet 375.
All the RVRs are still showing 6,000 plus that I keep looking at here. Toronto, City Center, Ottawa, everything's still showing 6,000 plus. It just, I feel like it's hanging on the edge, just waiting for just to get fogged in here. But so far, not too bad. We got Aircraft 23, we get this guy, yeah, we got this, okay, yep. And Porter 259, I got the Ottawa weather sequence from 0400 if you're ready to copy.
And ready to copy, Porter 259er.
Porter 259er, Ottawa weather at 0400. The winds were showing 080 knots at 080 degrees at 6 knots. 2.5 miles visibility in mist. Overcast at 200 feet. Temperature -2, dew point -2. The altimeter 2984. The remarks fog 2 octaves and then fog another 6 octaves. So I'm not really sure what the difference is there, but and you can plan runway 07.
Porter 259, copy the weather, and we'll be doing the ILS 07 into auto if possible.
Porter 259er, plan the ILS 07. And currently all the RVRs are showing 6,000 plus.
And Porter 259er, check remarks, plan ILS 07.
All right, here comes India Alpha Charlie up the shoreline towards Toronto City. And there goes Air Canada 23 on the taxi out. I got another plane on the ground here in Toronto. And Air Canada 23, thank you. You're cleared across 15 left and 15 right. I might as well keep this Ottawa view open. I don't need City. No, I do need City because this guy's flying towards City. I need the Hamilton because there's Timmins departure, which Tim, your clearance is going to expire in about 6 more minutes. What are you flying anyways? You're flying 7-3. So yeah, you're going to get down there pretty quick. Guess it just takes a little while to get fired up in Timmins. Air start cart not working too well for you. I do enjoy doing that too. Like sometimes just for the fun of it, is doing like an air cart start.
And Porter 259er, request step away for about 10 minutes.
Porter 259er, 10 minutes is approved. Let me know when you're back, and I'll just give you this clearance as well when ready to send 8,000 on the Ottawa altimeter 2984.
Roger, thanks. Descend 8,000 at our discretion on altimeter 2984, Porter 259er, thanks.
All right, so he's going to be back by 4:30, which actually, yeah, it's about the time he's going to cross Lanark. So yeah, probably a good thing I gave him the clearance before. Looks like India Alpha Charlie might make it after all. Supposedly the island is fogged in, but he seems to be doing okay flying up there. He's about halfway there. You never know what people are going to find at the sim too, so that's why I try to provide the weather information that's available to me as a METAR, but like I
India Alpha Charlie requesting 2.5.
India Alpha Charlie, altitude your discretion.
Roger, my discretion, India Alpha Charlie.
I try to provide realistic ATC as much as possible. Wait a second, is there a second target there? Oh, you know what that is? It's probably Elite 71, isn't it? Boondock Mercantile says my videos inspired him to get the ball rolling to become ATC. It's a steep learning curve. It absolutely is, especially if you don't have a background in aviation. I have a background in aviation, and I still found it a steep curve at the beginning. So for sure, if you don't have a good solid background in aviation, if you're not in it as a career or as a very strong hobby to begin with, it absolutely is a lot, but it's so rewarding when you get a good night like this, where you got lots of stuff going on and you're doing a good job managing it, trying to keep everything kind of working together here. I enjoy it a lot. As you can probably tell from the fact that I stream it all the time. All right, there's 2 at once there, but I got you Elite 71. You're identified through 5300. Continue climb flight level 350.
Flight level 350, Elite 71.
And the other one, was that WestJet 375 ready for taxi? WestJet 375 Runway 07, the Ottawa winds showing 0806, altimeter 2984, and the RVRs are still showing. Oh, I don't have the RVRs up, but I'll get them for you in a second. Taxi apron, your discretion, and Charlie cross runway 32, hold short 07.
Roger, taxi, Charlie cross 32, to runway 7, WestJet 375.
I can delete that. And WestJet 375, the RVRs in Ottawa are currently showing 6,000 plus on 07.
Copy that, WestJet 375. Toronto Center, agenda 8288, request next sector.
And Air Canada 8228, you are about to leave my airspace to the east. Montreal's not online. You can switch the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. And have a happy new year.
Thank you and happy new year to you as well, Air Canada 8228. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Air Canada 23, Toronto, contact me airborne. The winds 110 at 4. RVRs all showing 6,000 plus. Clear for takeoff, runway 05. And Elite 7-1, you're going to have crossing traffic as you head southbound here. So I'll have a look at how it works out as you level off here, but 350 may be the final for you.
Elite 71, no problem.
Hey, Golf India Alpha Charlie, Toronto, could just confirm your full stop at City?
Yeah, we'll full stop at City Center.
Golf India Alpha Charlie cleared left downwind runway, correction. Sorry, cleared straight in approach for runway 08. The city altimeter, I think I gave it to you before, but it's 2975. Still showing 3 miles, missed, overcast at 400 feet.
Roger, clear straight in, 08, altimeter 2975, checks remarks, depth Charlie.
Goes WestJet. WestJet 375 Toronto, contact me once you're airborne. Winds showing 080 at 6. Clear for takeoff, runway 07.
Roger, copy the winds and we'll contact you once airborne, WestJet, clear for takeoff, runway 7, WestJet 375.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do. That's what am I trying to do here? F1S. No. Okay, so they're as close as they're getting right now because the Japan is still moving at full speed here, and the Elite is just climbing up through 15,000. So he's only doing 330 knots. This guy's doing 480. So right now they're outpacing each other. I think it'll probably actually be okay, but I just want to see how it kind of works out here in cruise. Once he gets close to 350, I'll see what happens. And then we got Toronto, we got a Cessna 152, also looking to go to City Center.
And Toronto Center, Porter 259, we're back.
Porter 259, thank you. Yeah, it's probably the busiest the sector's been all night. Just, guys, don't let me miss the new year. If it gets busy enough, I may not even look up at the clock and be like, oh, look, it was New Year 10 minutes ago. I had to look down for a second just to make sure I hadn't missed it. That's the kind of night it's going to be. All right, here comes Air Canada 23. Why don't I have the control center up for City Center on this? I should have it up. It's under stars, CZYZ.
Center Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, how do you copy?
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, I read you 5x5, break, Air Canada 23, identified, climb, flight level 230.
Center, L20 from Mike 09er, request taxi to be active. I have waited.
5 climbing to 2,400.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, just stand by 1, break WestJet 375 Toronto, identified, climb 13, 13,000.
L20 from Mike 09er, stand
Up to 13,000, WestJet 375.
And WestJet 375 at 3,000 feet, turn left, direct to Kier on course.
3,000, direct to Kier on course, WestJet 375.
India Alpha Charlie, the city winds are 060 at 12, clear to land, runway 08.
69 runway 08, India Charlie.
And Air Canada 423, I see you made the turn there already. Proceed direct Iklan on course in future. Maintain runway heading until you're advised. Air Canada 23, not a big problem. All right, Alpha Uniform Mike 09er Toronto. Right now, Pearson is showing 3 miles visibility in mist and broken ceiling at 300 feet. I'm unable to authorize VFR in the Toronto control zone. I can authorize special VFR if you request it.
L20 from Mike 09er, requesting special VFR.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, special VFR in the Toronto Pearson control zone is approved. Squawk code 1251. And are you parked up at the north end at Landmark there? I think it's signature now.
L20 from Mike 09er, squawk 1251, and yes, I'm parked there.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, roger. It'll be runway 05 for departure, and advise ready for taxi. Okay, yeah, and I would like what Boondock... Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, runway 05, the altimeter Toronto 2974, and information is Golf, taxi Kilo, Juliet, cross runway 15 right, and hold short of 05.
Also from Mike 09er, taxiing via Kilo, Juliet, and holding short of runway.
India Alpha Charlie, taxi into the apron at your discretion. Have a good night and a Happy New Year.
Roger, apron at my discretion. Have a good night and Happy New Year.
WestJet 375, climb flight level 240.
Level 240, WestJet 375.
And Air Canada 23, yes, to answer your question there, yes, if you're given the SID as part of the clearance, you are supposed to fly the SID. If you read the SID in Toronto, it states that you have to fly off of runway 05, you have to fly heading of 047, and on that heading, wait for radar vectors to your first fix. So the SIDs in Toronto are a little different from a lot of other RNAV SIDs in that the first leg is a vector leg, and you have to stay on the vector until you get turned on course. Not a problem. We get a lot of people to do the same thing, so I'm always happy to try and clarify it so when we have a big event like Cross the Pond, people are flying them correctly. Porter 259er, continue descent 6,000.
Could you descend 6,000, Porter 259er?
And Air Canada 23 Heavy, continue climb, flight level 400. Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, no problem. Sounds like you're having a little bit of a mic trouble there, but taxi Kilo, Juliet, cross runway 15 right, and hold short of 05. And I'll even type it out.
L20 from Mike 09er, taxi with Kilo, Juliet, cross runway 15 right, and holding shut of runway 05.
You got it. Air Canada 23 Heavy, that's approved. Climb flight level 330. And Elite 71, looks like you're going to be pretty far behind the traffic. Continue climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370, Elite 71.
All right, I really should open up the terminal view for Ottawa as well here. So let's do that. This is Hamilton, and then I need the terminal view for Ottawa. So I haven't had a chance to open that up yet because I've just been so busy. Thank you, guys. This is, if you got to do it, like I said, I like what Boondock Mercantile said. If I miss midnight in Toronto, then I just have to open up another stream in a Western FIR and do it all over again. But I don't have the time for that. But I like it. Air Canada 125, information golf. Okay, and let's see here. What does he got? He's got and Air Canada 125 Toronto. I just want to make sure you can receive voice. So I see the /R. So Air Canada 125, perfect. Thank you very much. You are cleared to Boston Logan Airport via the Capt 2 departure. Bump a transition, flight plan route. Departure runway tonight is 06 left. Squawk code for you 0501. I don't think I have MVAs on this one, do I? I have to open up the other one to find MVAs. Yeah, no, I don't. Porter 259er, descend 4,000.
4,000, Porter 259er.
Just make sure I'm not losing track of what anybody else is doing here, but no, I think we're good. We got 3 guys on the ground in Toronto again. Holy Joe Bolies. Because he's taxing out. That's fine. This guy. And Air Canada 125, did you copy the clearance? And then we got Speedbird 98 going to London Heathrow 0537. So I should have some more faith in VATSIM because I always say it every single time I log on, and it's true. What am I clear of? I kept 2 bumpa squawk 0501 and Air Canada 125. That readback's all correct. The departure runway today is 06 left. Information is Golf in Toronto, and advise ready for push. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's not him. That him. Air Canada 125. KYL observer. Wishes to ask a question. Air Canada 125, Roger. Porter 259er, descend 3,000 at Faisal, cleared ILS, runway 07.
Descend 3,000 at Faisal, cleared ILS 07, Porter 259er.
And Porter 259er, the latest weather in Ottawa. This was at 4:23, so just over 10 minutes ago. The wind's now 090 at 4. We're now showing 1 1/4 miles in mist, overcast at 200 feet.
And Porter 259er, thanks for the weather.
How far has he got now? He's got about 165 miles to go. Japan there, 9999 heavy Toronto. When ready, descend flight level 240.
When ready, 240, Japan and non-Japan.
Do. This is busier than I was expecting, which is great. It's the way it should be. Air Canada 125. Let's see here. Is that you on gate 173? Air Canada 125, thank you. Push back, tail north, and call ready for taxi.
For Mike 09er, holding short of runway 05, ready for departure.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er Toronto. And just to confirm, are you just going straight VFR down to the island, or were you going to do some sightseeing along the way?
For Mike 09er, I'm going straight to the island.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, perfect. Right turnout is approved. Winds showing 110 at 4. You're clear for takeoff. Runway 05.
Clear for takeoff, runway 05. Alpha for Mike 09.
All right, he is going in. And I'm still trying to keep an eye on this RVR over here. What I really should do, because like I have like an absolutely giant screen next to me here, what I really should be doing is having two web views up at the same time so I can keep an eye on my live stream chat. And at the same time, I can have the RVR up for various runways. That's what I should be doing. WestJet 375 Toronto. The information in Toronto is Golf runway 05 for arrivals.
Roger, we have information Golf and copy the runway 05, WestJet 375.
All right, this guy's taken off. That looks like he's non-transponder. Yeah, let's see, where's Elite going? What's Elite's flight plan here? He's just direct Toronto, direct Hamilton. Okay, that works for me. All right. He's just going through North Bay, so I don't need to worry about him too much. Porter 259er Toronto, the winds are 0 at 4, the RVR 07, still showing plus 6,000 plus, clear to land 07.
Clear to land 07, Porter 259er, thanks for the weather update.
I lost my Alpha Uniform Mike 09er.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, altitude of 1,400 feet, climbing to 2,000.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er Toronto. Just make sure the transponder's on, please. I just see the prime target on radar only. All right, so he was...
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, roger, and on.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09, I think you identified. And Alpha Uniform Mike 09er Toronto. The city weather is also below VFR. The winds are 060 at 12, 3 miles in mist, and overcast at 400 feet. Temperature 4, dew point 4, altimeter 2975. Are you going to request special VFR to enter the city control zone?
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, altimeter 2979. Yes, I'm requesting special VFR.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er special VFR is approved, and you can join straight in for runway 08.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09ers, joining in straight for runway 08.
Well, who's this guy here? And why is he taxiing without talking to me here? Buddy, where you going, buddy? Relax, guy.
Toronto Center, good evening, Speedbird 98 Heavy at Gulf. We're requesting IFR to London Heathrow.
Speedbird 908 Heavy, Toronto, good evening. You're cleared to London Heathrow via the Verdo 6 departure, Lorca transition and flight plan route. Departure runway is 06 left, squawk code 0537.
Alright, Speedbird 98 Heavy is cleared to London Heathrow via the Verdo 6 departure, Lorca transition, then it's filed, departing runway 06 left, squawk 0537.
Speedbird 908, that readback is all correct, and the information Golf is current. Are you ready for taxi?
Be about a couple minutes till we push back.
Speedbird 908, Roger. Call me when you're ready for taxi.
Roger.
Air
4259 request taxi.
And Air Canada 125, sorry about that. Didn't mean to ping you there. Air Canada 125, runway 06 left, and the altimeter is 2974. Taxi out Alpha Tango, Bravo, and Delta. Cross runway 33 right. And Porter 259er, a copy. You're on the ground there. Continue taxi Bravo. Apron at your discretion, and have a good night.
Bravo, apron at ours. Have a happy new year. Porter 259. Thanks for your service.
Happy New Year. Get distracted by too many things going on all at once. The Japan Air started down. And Elite 71 Toronto, I have the latest Hamilton weather if you're ready to copy.
Go ahead for Elite 71.
Elite 71 Hamilton weather at on the hour 0400 Zulu. Winds 120 magnetic at Fife. 15 miles visibility. Overcast clouds at 2,700. Temperature 2.3 and altimeter is 2974. You can plan runway 12 ILS unless you'd like something else.
Hope that works for us, Elite 71.
Roger that. Alpha Uniform Mike 09er Toronto. The city winds 060 at 14. Clear to land. Runway 08.
Okay, for Mike 09, clear to land runway 08.
All right, so he's on the taxi in. Constantly scrolling through all my screens to make sure I'm not missing anything here. He's climbing out. Air Canada 125. I got Alpha Tango, but what the other? Sorry about that. Air Canada 125, no problem. It's Alpha Tango, then a left on Bravo, right Delta, cross runway 33 right. And I'll even spell it out just to make sure. So nice thing about one of the nice things about VATSIM having text at your fingertips is that you can text people super quick. Air Canada 125. That's not a problem at all. I sent a contact me to the wrong aircraft, so that was my fault. Don't worry about it.
Okay, for Mike 09er on final for landing on runway 08.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09, you are cleared to land, runway 08. All right, how are we doing? Oh my God.
Okay, for Mike 09er.
It's 14 minutes until the new year. Who knew, right? So busy enjoying myself here with my streaming that I am not even noticing the time getting on here. All right, so the border's at the gate. We got 2 more departures out of Toronto here. See, because the thing that threw me off is that the Speedbird is parked here and the Air Canada's parked here, and I assumed without even looking that this was the Speedbird at Terminal 3 and this was the Air Canada Terminal 1. I just know it's funny. I just assumed, and that was my bad.
Japan and 9999, just the question, what's the transition altitude for the staff?
Japan Air 9999 Heavy, it's flight level 180 in pretty much all of North America.
All right, thank you.
And while I have you, Japan Air 9999 Heavy, continue descent 2000, the Toronto altimeter 2974.
Continue descent to 12,000 feet and QNH 2974, Japan at launch then.
Roger. And let's see here if I can get an arrival going on here for Tim. Not an arrival, but a, because I think it's the, no, it's the 3 is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. But you know what, we'll just make this easy. Elite 7-1 Toronto. Proceed direct SEFB, Sierra Echo Foxtrot Bravo Yankee.
Direct FB, United, correction, Elite 7-1.
Might as well make this quick rather than make him fly the whole awkward star that puts him on a downwind in the wrong direction. Let's just make this quick and easy, right? WestJet 375 Toronto. When ready, descend 12-1-2000. The Toronto altimeter is 2974.
Roger, copy altimeter, and we'll descend down to 1 to 12,000 WestJet 375.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, you can taxi in, apron at your discretion. Have a good night.
Alpha Uniform Mike 09er, thank you for all the help and Happy New Year. Good night.
Good night. What am I trying to think here? Sorry, somebody's asking me a question on text, and I'm just trying to think. All right, so we lost that guy. He logged off, but it's neat that we're having enough little VFRs that we're kind of popping through here various routes.
Toronto Center, Speedbird 98 Heavy, ready to taxi with Golf.
Speedbird 98 Heavy, Toronto. Good evening again. Information is Golf. The altimeter is 2974, runway 06 left. You can turn left on Alpha Mike, hold short Bravo.
All right, left on Alpha Mike, hold short of Bravo, Speedbird 98 Heavy.
We got another one going to Boston here. Must be Boston ATC online now. That's probably what it is, right? 10 minutes until the end of 2021. Oh, this guy just has some airways in there. Oh, I don't even remember what the old route used to be. I used to know it so well, and I've forgotten. Oi. I'll have to see if he can fly an RNAV departure, but I'm going to guess based on his routing, he probably won't, so I won't even bother with it. I'll just give him the Toronto 3. Be done with it. And Speedbird 9 or 8 off your right side coming down Bravo. You should see an Air Canada 7-3. Do you see it?
Yep, we got him.
Speedbird 9 or 8, thank you. Behind that traffic, you can follow him to runway 06 left. Bravo Delta cross runway 33 right.
All right, behind the Air Canada, Bravo Delta 33 right, Speedbird 98 Heavy.
Elite 7-1 Toronto, when ready, descend flight level 240.
When ready, descend flight level 240, 11 Elite 7 US.
Still exists. Just trying to remember the old route. It was Bulge Victor 252 to Geneseo, I think. If you're heading off in that direction, or at least Victor 252 as far as Airco anyways, for a Boston flight. Wow. Wow, that's really breaking my brain trying to remember the airways from like literally almost 10 years ago. SR Culture Shock wants to know, is it difficult to become a VATSIM ATC controller? It's not easy. It's Air Canada 125 cross runway 33 right. It's not hard, but it's not easy. What it takes is it takes a lot of dedication, a lot of personal time invested in learning. That's the biggest thing. We have instructors that teach people how to do this stuff, but Elite 71 Roger. But at the same time, we have a lot of the learning is self guided. You know, we have a lot of kind of written materials to read, and it falls on each person who wants to become a controller to kind of do most of the studying themselves. We will do our best to help out wherever we can, and that's why we have instructors. We're there to help, but like we can't do the learning for you, and there's certainly not enough time because instructors are just unpaid volunteers that lots of people want time from. So it's challenging, but I think it's a rewarding challenge too. I think that's the other thing too. It's a very rewarding challenge when people are able to do it. I think it's I find it very rewarding, especially when you have a good afternoon or a good evening and things kind of really come together nicely. You manage the traffic flow nicely and it all kind of works out. I really find those evenings really beneficial. But yeah, it's not hard per se, but it's not easy. It's a slow process too because there's lots of different levels. Like there, you work your way from the ground, literally from the ground up, through the different levels, so that as you go up to the higher levels, you can control the bottom levels because you understand them. Air Canada 125 affirmative. Sorry, I responded in text without even thinking. All right, the Porter 259 is there. I wonder if he's going to turn around. He's been at the parked at the gate for a couple minutes. I wonder if he's going to turn around and fly back. Because that's definitely enough time to do that before 0600 if he gets going soon-ish.
Japan 999 flight level 120.
Japan 9999 heavy. Thank you. Descend 8,000 and proceed direct CLAP.
8,000 and direct CLAP. Japan 999.
3 American 36. That's him. That's that guy, isn't it? 0522. So squawk 0522. Let's see if he gets that one up there. Elite 71 Toronto, continue descent 6,000, Hamilton altimeter 2974.
Descend 6,000 at 2974, Elite 71.
Japan 9999 heavy, descend 4,000.
4,000 feet, Japan 999.
So the American should have the squawk code up any second here. There he is. And Air Canada 125 Toronto, contact me once you're airborne. The wind's 110 at 4, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
Toronto Center, good morning, Air Canada 215, request clearance to Boston.
Air Canada 215 Toronto, stand by 1, break Speedbird 9 or 8 heavy, space permitting behind the 737 ahead, line up runway 06 left, short departure for radar separation, short delay for radar separation.
Roger, behind the Air Canada 73, line up and wait, 06 left, will be a little bit delay for turbulence.
And Air Canada 215 Toronto, good evening. Am I able to add a couple of waypoints to your flight plan here? I'm looking to put in the Bulge and Airco intersection at the start of your flight plan. And Air Canada 215. I said that to you in text as well, so just have a quick look in the FMC. Let me know if you can put those waypoints in there. If not, I'll put something else in there for you.
Okay, stand by. We'll have a look.
Thanks.
Toronto Elite 711 pilot report.
Oh, I have nothing to write on. I'll just put it in Notepad, I guess. Elite 71 Toronto, go ahead.
Roger, from flight level 300 to flight level 260, moderate turbulence, the wind 275 at 130.
And just say again the wind.
275 at 130.
Okay, copy from 300 down to 260, a moderate turbulence for Elite 71. Thank you. And Japan Air 9999 Heavy, after CLAP, continue present heading vectors for the ILS 05.
After CLAP, maintain a heading. Vectors for ILS 05, Japan and non-Japan.
Air Canada 125, just confirm the passing altitude and the squawk code should be 0501. Speedbird 908 Heavy, Toronto, contact me once you're airborne. Winds 110 at 4, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
Alright, contact you when airborne, clear for takeoff, 06 left, Speedbird 98 Heavy.
And Center Air Canada 215, we're unable the 2 waypoints for Slant Whiskey.
Okay, Air Canada 215, no problem. Just stand by one. I've got a couple things on the go, and I'll be right back with you.
Okay, roger, thanks.
Japan Air 9999 Heavy, fly heading 150 and descend 3000.
150, descend 3000, Japan and non-Japan.
And Air Canada 125, say the passing altitude and make sure your squawking code 0501. Okay, Air Canada 215, you're cleared to Boston Logan Airport via the Toronto 3 departure. It'll be radar vectors to the Rochester VOR, Romeo Oscar Charlie, then Syracuse, then flight plan route. Departure runway 06 left, squawk 0543.
Okay, we're clear to Boston via the Toronto 3 departure, radar vectors Roger, then direct Syracuse flight plan route, departing 06 left, squawk 0543, Air Canada 215.
Air Canada 215, the readback is correct. Information is golf, and call me when you're ready for push.
Yeah, we'll pick up golf and we'll call for push. Air Canada 215.
Toronto Center Speedbird 98 Heavy, airborne off 6 left, altitude 2500, and we are squawking 0537.
First Japan Air 9999 Heavy, turn left heading 090 to intercept, cleared ILS 05.
Left 090, cleared ILS 05, Japan and non-Japan.
And Speedbird 908 Heavy, thanks, identified, climb flight level 230, and you can proceed direct Verdo on course. In the future, you are to maintain runway heading until you're vectored on course.
Alright, climbing up to 230, it's cleared direct to Verdo, Speedbird 98 Heavy.
WestJet 375, proceed direct Airbus. You can cancel all the restrictions on the star.
Roger direct, Airbus, WestJet 375.
Speedbird 908 is direct to Verdo. Japan Air is there. Anyone I'm losing track of here? I think we're good. Wait a second.
Thunder Airspace 18, squawk 375, maintain flight level 270 with you.
And sorry, the last call, what was the call sign?
Airspace 18.
Oh, I think it's this guy here, isn't it? And
Japan Air 9999, a fully established runway 05.
yes, this guy here. He's not correlated, that's why. All right, Air Spring 1810, Toronto, good day. And you're identified at, or actually squawk ident for me.
Sorry, please again, I see you.
Airspring 1810, squawk ident.
Roger.
Japan Air 9999 Heavy, the winds Toronto showing 110 at 4, clear to land 05.
Clear to land 05, Japan Air 9, Japan, thank you.
Airspring 1810 Toronto, identified. Information Golf, runway 05 for arrival. When ready, descend 7,000. Toronto altimeter 2974. Going a little slow just because I feel like English is not his first language.
Information Golf, when descend 7,000, squawk 2974 Airspace 18.
And Airspring 1810, it's not squawk 2974, that's the altimeter 2974.
2794.
No, negative 2974. Altimeter setting 2974.
So 2974 Airspace 18.
You got it.
Toronto Elite 71.
Elite 71, go ahead.
Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year. Missed it all together. Just missed it
Happy New
completely.
Year, guys, to all you guys on the East Coast. I've still got another 55 minutes.
Happy New Year too.
Happy New Year, guys. And I totally even just right over my head. I didn't even, so much going on all of a sudden. Didn't even notice it. So thank you, Tim, and thank you everybody for being here, making it worthwhile to be here. All right, not too much else going on here. The Air Canada 23 just to the north is going to leave my airspace soon here. This guy's coming in, so we got definitely a few more inbounds. All right, bringing in 2022 with an hour on the VATSIM network. I'm gonna be leading for January, anyways, for at least the first hour.
Radio check.
Whoever's calling for the radio check, read you 5x5.
Toronto Center, Jazz 400, PQ, flight level 180, Happy New Year.
Jazz 400 to Toronto, a bonne année. And hold on, let me get your squawk code here. Jazz 400, squawk code 0552.
0552, and Happy New Year to all people around the world.
Japan Air 9999, welcome to Toronto. Turn right on Bravo Taxiway. And do you have a gate in mind?
Right on Bravo, Japan Air 9, Japan and negative, we don't have a preferred gate.
Japan Air 9999, I'm not even sure. I don't think we have Japan Air comes in Toronto, so I'm not even sure which terminal to put you at. So I'm going to put you at Terminal 3. Taxi Bravo, Alpha Kilo, and park at gate Charlie 35.
Bravo, Alpha Kilo to Charlie 35, Japan Air 9, Japan.
WestJet 375, descend 6,000.
Going down to 6,000, WestJet 375.
Speedbird 908, proceed direct Lorca on course, climb flight level 370.
Proceed direct Lorca on course, climb 2370, speed 198 heavy.
I'm not even sure what the ILS intercept altitude would be for this. Would it be 3,000? Yeah, it looks like 3,000. I know sometimes they're concerned about noise abatement northwest of the field underneath the approach for the ILS, but I guess they don't care that much. So, Elite 71, descend 3,000.
Descend 3,000, Elite 71.
And I think I hear fireworks out there celebrating the new year. I think I hear fireworks outside, so I can't believe it just passed me right by. No countdown, no nothing. Just, oh, look, it's 5 minutes of the new year. So you're coming over to Edmonton to our...
Air Canada 215, information golf request, pushing start.
Air Canada 215, Toronto, pushback lane 7, tail to the east and call ready for taxi.
Okay, pushback, lane 7, tail east, call for taxi, Air Canada 215.
I'm going to close this guy up because I don't think I'm going to need him anymore, but I do need the Hamilton view still. And, sorry, Jazz 400, identified climbing through 197, continue climb flight level 200.
Continue flight, continue track and flight level 200, Jazz 400.
WestJet 375, descend 4,000.
Put it down to 4,000 at WestJet 375.
Happy New Year to Josh. Happy New Year to Boondock Mercantile. Happy New Year to Isaac. And no, I'm not coming over to Edmonton. I have to get up in the morning and not super early, but early enough.
71 request.
Elite 71, go ahead.
Roger, we're having some flap issues here. Wondering if we can hold at the Ancaster NDB while we run through some checklists.
Elite 71, sure. You're cleared present position to wreck the Ancaster beacon to hold. Let's hold west inbound on the localizer and right turns. Let's maintain 3,000 and expect further clearance. Let's say 0530 Zulu.
Elite 71 is clear present position. Direct the Ancaster NDB to hold west inbound on a localizer. Right-hand turns, maintain 3,000. Expect further clearance at 0530. Requesting 10-mile legs if we can.
Elite 71, that's approved. 10-mile legs approved.
Miles legs approved. Elite 71.
Tim.
Japan 999 Charlie 35. That was smoothest diversion ever. Happy New Year. Have a nice day.
Japaner 99.99. You picked a good time when there was not much happening for me. So have a happy New Year, and hopefully we'll catch you again sometime.
See ya.
I wonder what they've switched to for curfew operation tonight in Toronto. I haven't listened to the ATC for a little while here, so let's pull it up and see if see what it says. I don't know if you guys can even hear that because that's not coming through. No, the nice thing about this mic is it's a very good directional mic. It doesn't pick up much background noise at all. So I have it playing on my other on the TV screen essentially. All right. How are we doing here? That guy's going direct there. Micro 26, Micro 23. Yes, I know who all these guys are. Yep. Okay, good. WestJet 375, turn left heading 150, descend 3,000.
Roger, 1 left, 150 down to 3,000, WestJet 375.
And I totally missed the runways in the ATIS there. Let's see here. All right, so he's doing good. He's holding. Aircan 215's pushed back. Jazz 400's on his way. Flight level 200. Just got to keep checking every once in a while just to make sure I understand what's going on, because it's easy for stuff. The ATIS is out of date anyways. It's still 0312 Zulu. It's either out of date or it's because I haven't refreshed it that it's just simply looping something old. So I'm going to try it one other time here. I can't believe the Edmonton flight is actually on my scopes. I've been here long enough he's on my scopes, but I don't think we're going to make it. He's here. He's got to be at least 2 hours away from touchdown. I think it really severely overestimated his thing. WestJet 375, turn left heading 090 for the intercept, cleared ILS 05.
Roger, right, left hand 090, cleared for the ILS 05 approach. WestJet 375.
Frequency. All right, and so Air Canada 23, leaving my airspace to the east, Montreal's offline, switch to the Unicom. Yeah, WestJet 375, I'm sorry, I was a couple of seconds late there with the turn. If you need it, left turn 030 to re-intercept, you're still cleared the ILS 05.
Roger, left hand 030, WestJet 375.
And Air Canada 23, so thank you for the awesome ATC, so there you go. Airspring 1810, descend 4,000.
Descend maintain 4,000, Spring 18.
Elite 71 entering the hold.
Elite 71, thank you. All right, so he's established. Nobody's getting super close together here, though. It's good. Good. I like it that way. Life is easier when you're a controller like that, when things are not super close together. Smoothest diversion ever. Well, no problem. Thank you, Adam McLean. Happy New Year. Nice to see you. And Wesley, thank you for diverting, because honestly, like sometimes people get so and pilots everywhere I think probably really fall for this, but we get so hell bent kind of on what we're doing and what the goal is. It's there's nothing wrong with a diversion, especially in the virtual world where nothing's going according to plan. Like I don't do it too often because usually I have a mission in mind, but it's funny, like I get that way. I have a set flight. It's like I want to do like Chicago to Las Vegas, and then like Phoenix logs on. I'm like, it doesn't even occur to me most of the time to divert to Phoenix unless I actually have some kind of a failure in the airplane. So, and those PMDG planes don't fail too often. WestJet 375, Toronto. Winds are variable at 2. You're clear to land. Runway at 06 left. Correction. Clear to land 05.
Roger, call to wind, clear to land 05, WestJet 375.
Airspring 1810. Maintain 4,000 till established on the glide slope, and at Ilani, you're cleared ILS runway 05.
Confirm, maintain 4,000 feet, runway 05.
Airspring 1810 affirmative. Maintain 4,000 feet until the glide slope, and you're cleared for the ILS 05.
Roger, clear, land, runway 05, Spring 18.
Sort of. I'm just not going to make a big deal out of it. Jazz 400. How long is it going to take him to get to the island? Should only be about 25 or 30 minutes, I would think, unless he's dealing with a strong headwind. 5:48. Okay. Yeah. Well, he'll probably be one of the last things we do is we'll get Jazz 400 into the island. See which approach he wants to fly, because it's 400 feet there in the island, so it's not going to be great. It's not going to be great. 0500 weather in Toronto. Broken at 300 feet, 3 miles. Missed, but it's still always all showing 6,000 plus, so it's still looking good. He's almost down. He's clear for the approach. Elite's just circling now. This guy's text only, so I better. All right, so American 36, leave my airspace. The East Montreal's offline, and Happy New Year. WestJet 375, welcome to Toronto. Turn right on Hotel 3, onto Hotel, and say the gate.
Roger, vacating runway to the right onto Hotel 3 Hotel and requesting gate Bravo 18, WestJet 375.
WestJet 375, Roger, Bravo 18, taxi after Hotel, cross runway 15 left, Bravo, and enter at Alpha Juliet. Actually doing the whole.
All right, Hotel cross 15 left and Alpha Juliet, WestJet, sorry, Bravo and Alpha Juliet, WestJet 375.
You got it. Ancaster, I believe, is ZHA.
Yeah, you know, the airport layout is a little bit complicated, as you said on the stream, so just had to get my bearings for a couple of seconds. WestJet 375.
No problem. Happens to the best of us all the time. Have a good night.
Good night and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. What was I turning on? I also want to turn on just the ILS approach here for Hamilton, so I can see where to vector him back onto the ILS. Of course, I don't really need to. There you go.
And Center Air Canada 215, request taxi.
Air Canada 215, Toronto. Information is now Hotel. The altimeter 2974, runway 06 left. Taxi Alpha Lima, Bravo, and Delta. Cross runway 33 right.
Okay, we'll pick up Hotel taxi 06 left. Yeah, Alpha Lima, Bravo, Delta. Cross 33 right, Air Canada 215.
Roger. Still showing 6,000 plus in all the RVRs. I have it up because I feel like it's going to fall, but maybe it's not going to fall tonight before I go to bed anyways. That's okay. Makes my life a little bit easier. Seems like our little rush of traffic here is going to sort of reach an end in the next little while here. I just don't think WestJet 418's got it in him. I mean, he's showing 625. It's just too late. I do have to go to bed because I have to get up and go to work in the morning. So I really can't stay up all night long on the VATSIM network, much as I would love to. Unfortunately, Josh wants to know how long I'm going to be on for. I'm going to be on for about 40 more minutes. I'm going to be on till the last 6 Zulu, and then that's it. I'm going to have to pull the plug because I have to get up at a reasonable hour to be ready to catch a shuttle and everything else. So. Airspring 1810 Toronto. The winds are light and variable. You're clear to land. Runway 05.
Clear for land 05, Airspring 18.
Yeah, so as long as this Jazz keeps the speed up, he'll probably be the last airplane we deal with here. Unless, depending on how long Elite is going to be there. Admist wants to know the same thing.
Toronto Elite 71.
Elite 71, Toronto.
Roger, we sorted out our issue here, but maintenance has asked us to divert to Toronto Pearson. So looking to get a clearance over there, please.
All right, Elite 71, you're cleared to the Toronto Pearson Airport via radar vectors. You can maintain 3,000 and turn left heading 360.
Elite 71, clear Toronto Pearson via radar vectors, maintain 3000, turn left heading 360. Elite 71.
Elite 71, all correct. Information Hotel, runway 05.
Runway 05, and we'll pick up the ATIS, Elite 71.
Yeah, sorry guys. I wish I could stay longer. Like I said, it's just I do have to go to bed at a reasonable hour because I have to get up. But otherwise, I would like to stay on for another hour or two, especially if you guys are going to come flying. But where are you flying to tomorrow? Doing a Chicago turn.
Hotel ATIS.
Elite 71, Roger. The 360 heading is going to take you almost right onto localizer. If you need more time to set up, just let me know.
Nope, we got it all set up now for Elite 71.
Excellent.
Almost like we knew we were going to do it.
Almost. Good times. Okay, so I don't need Hamilton anymore. And everyone on 2577, just keep an eye out for a stuck mic. Someone's got a stuck mic there. Yeah, gotta do a Chicago turn tomorrow, so I gotta be up early enough. But I'm glad that I got a chance to do this, and I'm glad. Thanks guys for those of you that logged in, and even those guys that just wanted to. Thank you anyways for thinking about doing it. I appreciate that, and hopefully next time I'll catch you guys. Getting very close to the end of my never-ending renovation. It will end soon. It must end
Toronto
soon.
Center, Jazz 400, approaching Elixir. Descending to Toronto Billy Bishop Airport, request instruction for landing.
Jazz 400 Toronto, runway 08 at Toronto City. I've got the wind 060 at 14. Currently 3 miles in mist, scattered at 400 and overcast at 3,200. The altimeter there is showing 2973 with the remark that the pressure is falling rapidly. So let me know which approach you prefer for runway 08 if you want to try for the ILS or one of the RNAVs.
I will try for the ILS, Jazz 400.
Jazz 400, sorry, it was a little broken up. So you said, did you say you wanted the RNAV?
Negative. I will request for the ILS runway 08.
Okay, Jazz 400, you can plan on that when ready to send 6,000. Again, Toronto City altimeter 2973.
2973, Jazz 40, Jazz 400, and maintain 6,000. Thank you.
At Jazz 400, that 6,000 feet is at your discretion.
6,000 at my discretion, Jazz 400.
1 file left.
And Airspring 1810, welcome to Toronto. Turn right on Bravo, and do you know where you're parking?
Roger, turn right when taxiway Bravo, anyway, parking at Spring 18.
Okay, Airspring 1810, taxi Bravo and Alpha Juliet into Terminal 3.
Turn right, taxiway Bravo, Alpha Juliet, at Spring 18.
Elite 71, fly heading 030 for intercept, cleared ILS 05. Not the most efficient.
Heading 030 to intercept, declared ILS runway 05 approach, Elite 71.
I wanted to get in the 030 heading sooner, but just kept getting distracted. Air Canada 215 Toronto, contact once you're airborne. The wind's light and variable, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
We'll contact you when airborne, clear for takeoff, 06 left, Air Canada 215.
Speedbird 908 Heavy Toronto, you're leaving my airspace to the east. Montreal's not online. Switch the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a happy new year.
All right, going over to Unicom. Speedbird 98 Heavy. Thanks for the service, Rob. You have a happy new year.
Thanks, you too. And who was in that Speedbird? Everyone knows who I am. I don't know who anyone is. I do recognize voices a lot of the time, but sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just don't recognize a voice. Greg Silverman. Name rings a bell, but I can't place him. But anyways, yeah, I often get that. I often get the I reckon people recognize me, and sometimes I recognize a voice, but it's even the name. You know, it's like, where do I know you from? It's like, oh yeah, you're a controller in another area, and I've probably talked to you before, but sometimes I just don't pick up on it. I really should have amended him to just say he's going to Toronto. So CYYZ. I noticed your alternate Tim was listed as Toronto City, which I guess you could land a 7-3 in Toronto City. There's no doubt that someone could do it, but that would definitely be a challenge. Definitely want to be lightly loaded at least for that. Just gonna get rid of this guy's track here. Ooh, I'm getting a little tired now. Been at this a little too long, I think, guys. But that was definitely fun, and definitely not as busy as it could have been. Like, I definitely could have dealt with more traffic, but it was definitely a nice amount of workload. That last hour or so leading up to midnight there was really kind of nice.
Center Canada 215, climbing 1.5, 5,000.
Air Canada 215 Toronto, thank you. Identified, climb flight level 230.
Flight level 230, Air Canada 215.
Let's see if Airspring knows where he's going here. Yeah, seems to be doing okay. Good. I feel like English wasn't his first language, but sometimes, you know, sometimes I don't give people enough credit just because they have trouble with one particular phrase. I then immediately personally kind of mentally label them as like, oh, okay, English is a problem, so go slow. And maybe it was just one particular phrase was garbled or something, and then I end up with that mentality for the rest of the session. I assume that that then they're poor at English the whole rest of the time. Maybe it was just one garbled transmission that does it. But then again, if it's even one garbled transmission, that's a good sign that maybe there might be another garbled transmission somewhere along the way as well. Air Canada 215, turn right heading 150.
Right heading 150, Air Canada 15.
Nope, he's got it. See, I should have more faith. No problem, he made it there just fine. This Porter 259 is still connected. I thought maybe he was going to turn around and fly another flight, but nope. And honestly, I haven't seen the arrivals and everything at City. Still, oh, they changed the ILS. The transitions now from Rotru, which actually makes much more sense than the transition they had before, which was just stupid. It was not a smart transition they had before. So ILS, Rotru, and Rotru still on the Elixir 1 arrival. What's the Caxall 2 arrival? Oh, it's like from Ling almost. Crazy. Huh. When was this issued? Last year. Okay. It's a year old now already. Anyways, yep. He'll follow it all the way down to Rotru. I assume Jazz 400 filed the Elixir 1. Yeah, he did. And Air Canada 215, proceed direct. Actually, disregard. Oh, I did give him the heading 150. I do things by rote without even thinking sometimes. Especially like Boston's such a common destination. You see lots of people going to Boston all the time. Elite 71 Toronto, the winds are light and variable. You clear to land, runway 05.
Clear to land 05, Elite 71.
Elite 71, where are you parking tonight?
I'm going to do Juliet to Kilo.
Very good.
North end, Kilo.
Very good. Plan a left turn then.
We'll go.
Center Aspirin 18, please fly gate 38. Thank you for service. Happy New Year. Goodbye.
Airspring 1810, no problem. Thank you for flying. Have a happy new year. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
All right. Elite has to land. I got Air Canada turned on course here. Air Canada 215, proceed direct Rochester VOR on course.
Direct Rochester VOR on course, Air Canada 215.
All right. Elite was cleared to land. I'll drop him. My phone beeped at me a couple times. I didn't even notice. I ran out of battery. I'm down to the last. And it's Happy New Year. Happy Pandemic Year 3. Is that not what I should say? Is that not what I should say on stream at this point? Happy year 3 of your pandemic. My phone is literally going to die in the time it takes me to type in another message to another person. So I really quickly grab my charger and plug it in because I've got a bunch of text messages from people wishing me Happy New Year as well. So don't want to be rude and ignore them forever. Amazingly, my children made it to midnight apparently. But sometimes they do get a little crazy. Nope. Not enough power left to finish the text even if it's plugged in. That's how little power it had left. Just typing the text was too much for it. All right, so I should actually assign a runway so it actually draws things correctly here. There we go, Chem VLXU1. Do sub. What was it? Do sub at or below. I don't remember. Do sub at 14. UCPAG at or below 7. Merm at or below 5. Yeah, that all sounds familiar now. All right, so my phone died. That's okay. Are we on year 3 already? They said it was going to be 2 weeks. We were so innocent back then. A couple of weeks of lockdown and it'll all be fine. Oh, yeah. Oh, we were so innocent. Airspring 1810 fired out of control in there. Glad to know they arrived safely. Haniel Garcia is watching. Thank you for sending them out. I didn't even see them when they logged in. All of a sudden, I just saw them coming. It's like that was a nice little pleasant surprise.
Vacated on 33 right.
Elliot 71 taxi 33 right. Juliet to Kilo. Have a good night. Happy New Year, Tim.
33 light, Juliet to Kilo. Thank you, and talk to you shortly.
They said it was going to be 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah. If you've never seen it, I have to recommend that there's a fantastic video, and I probably recommended it before on a stream, I'm sure. But there's a fantastic comedian who did a fantastic bit that went viral like a year and a half ago, and it was called "Explaining the Pandemic to My Past Self." Her name was Julie Noki, and she's put up a lot of really funny clips on YouTube. But yeah, if you've just a few more weeks, you should be good to go. Yeah, if you've never seen it, Explaining the Pandemic to My Past Self is just hilarious, absolutely hilarious, because it's true. Like when this all first came down, and like in March, I guess, of last year, really is when it came down in a lot of North America. It was just like we had no idea what we were in for, and even like 3 months later, just like we were so much more aware of what could happen, and yet the world like honestly, like 2020, like. You didn't think it could get any worse than 2020, and then like the first like 2 weeks of 2021, for the first 2 weeks of the new year last year, 2021 just said like, hold my beer and watch this. You don't think it can get any worse? Let's have a riot at the Capitol building and everything else. Like it just the year started off completely off the rails. Air Canada 215 Toronto, you're leaving my airspace to the Etchy. Disregard. Air Canada 215, stay with me. We do have Boston, so I can send them straight to Boston. I forgot that Boston logged on. I saw he logged on a while ago, but I forgot. But yeah, if you've never seen it, Julie Noki on YouTube, look her up. Explain the Pandemic to My Past Self, and then she made like 4 more of them because like just when you think you know it all and you kind of have a sense of what's going on in the world and what the pandemic is going to be all about, it just took a complete and total left turn. And like this wave just blows me out of the water. How fast the numbers built up from like nothing. Not like nothing, but like essentially like still almost nothing. How fast these numbers built up is just phenomenal. In like a week, we had like 1,000% increase in the case count. It was just unbelievable.
Can you confirm our cleared altitude, please?
And Air Canada 250, my apologies. Continue your climb, flight level 310.
Okay, fine, 310, Air Canada 15.
Yeah, I cleared out the altitude, but I did not actually give him the higher altitude, so that was my bad. I cleared it out because I was going to. Something distracted me at that moment, and it happens all the time. You shouldn't do things as an air traffic controller. You don't make changes to tags unless you're actually making the transmission. Because you do it just thinking about it, like, okay, next I'm going to do this, and you change that altitude, but then something distracts you. Somebody calls ready for takeoff or calls for clearance. You get distracted, and then you don't give someone the clearance you're expecting to give them. And so you look at it, you say, hey, no, it's fine. It looks like I cleared him higher, but no, I didn't actually clear him higher. And I remember that now. I remember I changed it, but I didn't clear him. So, anywho. Boondock Mercantile. Last year, a popular phrase around here was, if you think 2020 was bad, wait until it turns 21 and starts drinking. I like that one. That was a good one. Because it's so true. It was so bad. And then it got better until the last week of 2021. The first and the last week of 2021 were probably the worst weeks of the whole year. The whole middle was fine. But it's funny how you remember the first and the last. Those are the things you remember, the beginning and the end. Everything that came in the middle, vaccinations for everyone, kids included, no, we don't remember any of that. What we remember was like storming the Capitol and Omicron. That's all you're going to remember from 2021. That's going to be the sum total of 2021. Jeff D says, thanks for making the great Q400 systems videos. Jeff, you're welcome. I'm glad you find them useful. I hope a lot of people do. I've seen so many of those. Yeah, I've seen so many cold start and like, here's how the airplane started getting up and running. But like, you didn't see a whole lot of like, I saw a whole lot of misinformation in those videos over the years. A lot of misinformation. And that's what kind of bugged me. So that's why I put them out there, was like, I saw so much misinformation out there. And I'm like, we could do better. We can have more information out there. So that was my goal with those, was to get more accurate information out there. And yeah, it doesn't necessarily cover the procedures and the SOPs per se, but often understanding how things work behind the scenes helps with that. Helps with understanding why things do. 2021 was infinitely worse than 2020, LOL. It was cool when it started, but life resumed in 2021. It was far from normal. Yeah, I mean, we're not back to normal, but I think just the general outlook through most of 2021 was more positive. 2020, we were like all like hoping for vaccines and waiting for vaccines and like, is this thing ever going to really end? Are we ever going to come out of lockdown? Like, so many of us were still in lockdown at the end of 2020. Mind you, at the end of 2021, we're going right back down that road. But I would say that most of 2021 to me was much more optimistic, and maybe that's me seeing the way things worked in my business anyways, but certainly in aviation it seemed like things were getting better. Not ideal, not perfect by any means, but definitely getting better. Jazz 400, continue descent 4,000.
Descent 4,000, Jazz 400.
Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha, radio check.
Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha, read you 5. All right, so we got this guy going off, 06 left. Still showing 6,000 plus in all the RVRs, so still looking good here. Yeah, still live. Good. Lots of people want to go to Boston. Unfortunately, wow, this guy is really just like motoring along here. How is this guy? Nice, I like it.
And trying to send a Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha, gate 175, Airbus 350-900, request IFR clearance to Heathrow, please.
Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha, Toronto. Good evening and a happy new year. You're cleared to London Heathrow via the Verto 6 departure, Lorca transition, flight plan route, departure runway 06 left, and squawk 0525.
Roger that. We're on the Verdo 06, departure 06 left, and the score 0525. Happy New Year to you. I'm not sure what time it is for you, but it's 6 a.m. here, so we're going good. Cheers.
5 Charlie Alpha, Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha. The readback is all correct. The information is India in Toronto. It's almost 1 in the morning for us, so yeah, I'll still hear some fireworks going in the background. Information is India, and call me when you're ready for push.
Roger, call push. Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha, cheers.
Air Canada 215, contact Boston Center now on 134.7. Have a good night. Happy New Year.
Okay, 134, that's Decimal 7, Air Canada 215, Happy New Year. Good night.
Jazz 400 Toronto, proceed direct Rotorua.
Direct to Rotorua, Jazz 400.
And Tim sent me a little link there. If I can pop it up on my other screen. And it may or may not pop up the right one here, but let's see if I can pop it up here. Web browser, there it is. And that is the that was his flight he took. Yeah, that was the weather. That was him coming in towards Hamilton.
Toronto Center, WestJet 418, follow 390, we have India.
WestJet 418 Toronto, good evening, and squawk code 0527.
0527, WestJet 418, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. So that was Tim's flight there down towards Hamilton. Then he entered the hold at Hamilton and then diverted over to Toronto. So very nicely flown hold, Tim. Very, very organized. Very, very consistent anyways. It looks like it was almost flown by a computer. Okay, back to the scope. I'm still waiting for the end. Maybe soon, possibly not though. I think we're getting to that point where I think we're going to be dealing just with endemic. It's just going to be like a cold. Everyone's going to get it at some point. And WestJet 418, just make sure your squawking code. Maybe I gave you the wrong code here. WestJet 418, squawk 0527. I may have given you the wrong code.
0527, WestJet 418.
Yeah, WestJet 418. Thank you very much. Identified flight level 390, runway 05 for arrivals in Toronto.
Over 05, we have India, WestJet 418.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Don't put something in there if you're not going to give it to them right away. Jazz 400, continue descent 2000.
Catching descent 2000, Jazz 400.
And I don't even know who this guy is here. But if he's going through 9500 VFR, he should be talking to me at the TCU at the very least.
Toronto Center, good evening. WestJet 130, we have India on board at Pearson. Clearance to Boston, please.
WestJet 138 Toronto, good evening. You're cleared to Boston via the Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, and the flight plan route. Departure runway 06 left and squawk code 0530.
Clear to Boston via the Capt 2 departure, bump a transition, flight plan route. Alpha 06 left, squawk 0530, WestJet 138.
WestJet 138, thanks. Readback is all correct. Information is India. Call me, ready for push and start.
Recon India, we'll give you a call, WestJet 138.
All right, I think the porter finally logged off, so I could probably close this terminal view here. I'll probably close the auto view here. Stop scrolling through like 17 screens. I learned to just tune them out. I see so many of them, and then I just learned personally to sort of tune them out. So I don't even realize, and I don't even realize I'm doing it because mentally I can take in the information because I know as I press the button exactly what I'm expecting to see on the next screen, and at the same time, like for people watching who are not, it's like driving. It's like it's easier to drive and not get carsick when you're driving. You understand how the car is moving and through space and everything, and where it's going to go next. And what makes people carsick often is the unknowing, not seeing the bumps, not seeing anything. So when you're driving, it's easier. It's the same thing when I'm trying to drive the screen here, and I know what I'm expecting to see next. But for the people who are not used to it, it can get you motion sick. Like I think that was a little bit of a problem I had sometimes with the track IR too. Like as much as it's natural for me to move my head, when you're watching it as a stream, it's very awkward to watch people kind of moving their heads unexpectedly. There, now my phone turned back on. Put 10% battery into it. Apparently my children stayed up till midnight. My dogs fell asleep at like 10 p.m. I am optimistic that this will be the year where we end the term lockdown. At least as far as, oh no, I lost the Jazz. I'm gonna give him a minute or two here. I give him he's got 10 minutes. 10 minutes till I end this stream. So, but yeah, I feel like this is the year we're gonna end lockdowns. I think we're gonna go more into just sort of dealing with this as almost like a flu, like something people are gonna get regularly. You can get shots against it that help prevent it and help make it more mild, but it's not something we're going to be able to ever do away with. I think that's it. Unfortunately, I think it's here to stay. I tend to agree with that sort of train of thought. I think it's just going to be something we're just going to learn to deal with, much like the flu. Yes, people will die from it every year, but hopefully we won't slam the healthcare system if we can keep people getting boosters on a regular basis and sort of keep that. You know what I'm trying to say. Ugh, I have 2 more inbounds, but I just can't. I would like to wait for you guys. I really would, but it's getting ridiculously late here. Because these guys are not even that far away. But still, like even if I do WestJet 418, like Euroscope's calculations are pretty realistic that he's not going to be on the ground until 6:20. I must stand firm. I must stand firm on my departure time. I cannot wait this one out. Oh. No, I just can't. No, I lost Jazz 400 now. No. The one guy I was waiting for.
WestJet 138, Charlie 29 for push.
WestJet 138, push approved, tail east on lane 4, call ready for taxi.
Tail east on lane 4, we'll call for taxi, WestJet 138.
We got 2 more people on the ground too, so. Oh, I just can't wait too much longer. I've been sipping this coffee for a while now too. It's actually kind of cold. I don't know why I keep sipping it. Especially if I'm planning to go to bed shortly.
Center, Jazz 400, back to you.
Oh, thank goodness. Jazz 400, perfect. Thank you very much. I see you there at 3,000. And he was direct for Autru, so let me put that back in there so I can see. And Jazz 400 at Autru, cleared ILS runway 08 Toronto City.
At Autru, clear to ILS 108, Jazz 400.
All right, so I cleared him for the approach at least, so if he falls off, at least he's going to continue to fly the approach via Autru. We got 2 more guys on the ground here, getting ready to depart. Or no, one of them, no. Why do I have, wait a second, how many people do I have on the ground here? I got 3 departures, and WestJet 375, that was the arrival from Ottawa. He's still on the ground there. Okay, that's why I have like 4 people on the ground. He's still logged in. That's fine. Yeah, unfortunately, I just can't stick around any longer. And this is the trap you fall into in VATSIM. And this is why, like, when I do, like, I try when I log on to set myself like a hard limit of this is my log off time. This is my ending log off time. Because if you don't, you can end up spending literally your entire day on here, and you can easily miss work or whatever you have to do because just one more airplane, just 10 more minutes, 15 more minutes. I just got to get this one last guy in the ground, and it just turns into, before you know it, you spent an extra hour and a half longer than you intended, and nothing else gets done for the day. And I'm starting to lose a little bit here. I got up super early this morning, not super early, but I had to get up much earlier than I'm used to for work. So I'm getting pretty tired. I think I'm running out of things to say. I'm definitely feeling a little bit, definitely feeling tired now. It's been a long day. I got up 19 hours ago, almost 20 hours ago. So yeah, it's just about time for bed. Sleep's gonna be nice. Get this guy on the ground, and that will be the end of it. But nevertheless, I've had fun, guys. I hope you had fun watching. I know it's not as busy or as exciting as it could be sometimes, and I will try to also make a bit more of a point in the new year to participate in more events on VATSIM. I never seem to be available at the times because my schedule is so all over the place as it is, and I often work afternoons and evenings. I don't work mornings very much. I usually work afternoons and evenings, just because I try to have the opposite schedule of my wife so that there's almost always someone home. It's only 3 more airplanes, says Tim. Tim, you're the devil.
Toyota Jet 400, the question, do you mind if I kept the localizer to Burrida?
And Jazz 400, yeah, after Borid, you're supposed to follow the localizer inbound, but you have to follow the RNAV transition to do it at 2,000 feet.
Roger, maintain 2,000 feet, kept the localizer to Burrida. Jet 400, merci beaucoup.
That again? Yeah, the city's got some interesting approaches, and this is one of them here. If I can throw this up on the screen again as well. Let me just do this and do this. So this is the ILS runway 08 at Toronto City, and you'll see it has the RNAV transition here at 2,000 feet. This is the only way to fly this approach. ATC is not allowed to vector you onto this approach, and the reason is because in order to do this approach, you need to be at 2,000 feet. And 2,000 feet is too low to be vectored out over the city. There's too many obstacles. There's an obstacle right here at 1,300 feet almost.
And WestJet 138 ready to taxi. We got India.
WestJet 138 Toronto, information is India. The altimeter 2972, runway 06 left. Taxi out Alpha Juliet, Bravo, and Delta, cross runway 33 right.
06 left, yeah, Alpha Juliet, Bravo, Delta, cross 33 right, we'll hold short 06 left, WestJet 138.
So because of all these obstacles around here, you can't vector an airplane at 2,000 feet around here because there's just too many obstacles. So the only way to fly this approach is if there's a pre-planned RNAV transition that's been very specifically and explicitly cited for obstacles and is valid to fly at 2,000 feet. Otherwise, to fly in this area, you generally need to be about 2,500 to 3,000 feet to be vectored. And of course, if you're getting vectored at 3,000 feet, now you're impinging way too much onto the airspace here in Toronto. So it's a very challenging airspace to work with, and this is why the approach is published the way it is. There's no vectoring allowed onto this ILS. It's an RNAV transition only for that reason. Because it's the only way to safely get vectored on there at a low enough altitude to intercept the ILS at a low enough altitude to fly this approach. Another interesting feature of this approach is the fact that it's also offset 3 degrees from the center line. Note number 7 there. It's offset 3 degrees because the runway at the island is so short, they can't put a localizer antenna at the end of the runway directly aligned with it. So the localizer antenna is actually beside the other end of the runway and angled across the runway so that you fly the approach and you're not actually aligned with the runway when you fly the approach. Though you are pretty close. 3 degrees is pretty close. And then when you break out at minimums, it's more than close enough to see what you're doing and be able to quickly maneuver 3-degree turn onto actually aligned with the runway. But it's not actually aligned with the runway. Neither of the two ILSs are actually technically aligned with the runway for the same reason.
7454. We're in the descent. We're just on flight deviation for traffic. We have information in here.
Jazz 7454 Toronto. Good evening. And Squawk 0555.
0555, Jazz 7454.
So it's one of these two guys. There he is. And Jazz 7454 Toronto, thank you. Identified at flight level 320. Information in Toronto is India, runway 05 for arrivals.
We checked that, Jazz 7454. We're sent to Dallas, and we're on heading 015. When that traffic looks good, you can just bring me back on course there if that works.
All right, Jazz 7454, no problem. Descend flight level 240.
Down to 240, Jazz 7454.
WestJet 418 Toronto, when ready to send flight level 240.
240, when ready, WestJet 418.
Let's see how much space we got between these two airplanes here. Nope, doesn't like it. Nope, I need to find out who that is before I can do distance between them. Yeah, wet Jazz 7454, turn right direct Nuber, and speed 280 knots or less in the descent.
28 knots or less in the descent, direct Nuber, Jazz 7454.
Jazz 400 Toronto, the winds are showing 060 at 14, you're clear to land, runway 08.
Clear to land, runway 08, Jazz 400.
I'm not even going to send this guy contact me. If he doesn't call me, I don't care at this point.
Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha, ready for push.
Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha Toronto, push back tail to the west and call ready for taxi.
Tail to the west, we'll call for taxi, Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha.
And there's 0600.
Toronto Center Delta 233 is 300 for 88,000 and is just 6 miles outside of Newber.
And Delta 233, I got a call sign of iJet9. Is that you?
Yeah, that'll be me. Let me fix that.
Disappear for a second and come back for a second. No, why did the Jazz disappear again? All right, let's see here. Delta 233. And sorry, was the call sign was it Delta 233?
Yep, that was Delta 233, and I'm back with you if that's reading correctly now.
And Delta 233. Unfortunately, I just need you to quickly hit refile on that as well, just to match it up to that new call sign.
Can definitely do that. Thanks.
Of course. That's fine. I mean, I would do the same thing. I'd probably make the same exact mistake too, so I'm not going to complain too much. All right, so let's see here. Correlate Delta 233. And then I can give him a call sign anyways here. Delta 233 Toronto, squawk code 0505.
Squawking 0505, Delta 233.
No, I gotta go. I can't. it's oh, and I didn't even realize. I'm sorry. I'm still showing you the chart here. I just can't. I have got to go to bed. I'm tired. It's late. And I know it's only 3 more airplanes, but just can't do it. Delta 233 Toronto, thanks. Identified through 240. The information Toronto's India. Runway 05 for arrival. Keep the speed up on the arrival. You're ahead of a another CRJ there. As long as you keep the speed up, the spacing should be good.
We got 326, and we've copied on the information. Delta 233.
Delta 233, Roger. Unfortunately, it is very late, and I have to shut down now. So you can switch back to Unicom for the advisory for the arrival. Looks like you're number 1 to the airport. Have yourself a good night, and we'll talk to you next time.
Will do, sir. Happy New Year, and take care.
Happy New Year. Jazz 7454, same for you. The spacing's looking pretty good, especially if you keep the speed back to 280 or less. It shouldn't be an issue at all. And have yourself a Happy New Year. Surveillance service terminates. Switch to the en route.
On-route frequency is happy. You're able to see Jazz 74.
WestJet 418, same for you. You're going to be definitely number 3 for Toronto here, so you should be well behind the other traffic that's inbound. Just watch out for a couple of outbounds as well. Switch to the en route frequency. Surveillance service terminates. Have a good night.
Over the WestJet 418. Have a good one.
WestJet 138 Toronto. You can switch the en route for your departure, and have yourself a good night. For you departing towards Boston, should not be an issue for any traffic.
Over to the dark side. Thank you very much for the help. Have a good night. Happy New Year. Russia 138. Thanks.
Good night and Happy New Year. And Speedbird 5 Charlie Alpha, same for you. You can taxi out at your discretion. Looks like you'll be number 2 for departure on 6 left, but no traffic in your direction of flight either that I'm aware of. Have yourself a good night and a Happy New Year.
Just ATC, have a good one. Have a new year. Bye-bye.
And if there's anybody else on Toronto Centre frequency, apologize, but we got to go now, so Toronto Centre is closed, and a Happy New Year to all. All right, so that's it. I'm done, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you had fun. That was definitely more traffic than I was expecting after the first hour, so I was getting a little bit worried, but definitely worked out with a lot more traffic than I expected. So thank you guys for watching. Happy New Year, everybody. Let's hope that 2022 is everything that we need it to be to keep our sanity in this world. So have a good night, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you online in the virtual skies at some point in the future in 2022. So have a good night.